Welcome to Pets in Paradise TV, the show that explores the relationship between humans and animals in one of the most beautiful places on Earth, Hawaii. Here's what's coming up in the next half hour.
But enjoy the view and hang out in Waikiki.
Living in Hawaii isn't all play. Sometimes it's a lot of work. Take Bali, for example. She's hard at work learning new tricks and showing visitors around.
I think she thinks it's her puppy, and that's why she's so protective of her.
You've probably seen lots of odd couples, but a dog and a rabbit? It's true. And we'll introduce you to a pair that are inseparable. And you've never seen anything quite like this. It's a mobile wave machine, and it's just for dogs. Plus, we'll find out all about the Australian Shepherd in It's All About the Breed. Pets in Paradise TV starts now. All dogs are special, but some are extraordinary. Bali is one such exception. Like a Las Vegas magician, she's got an outfit and the tricks to match.
Hi, my name's Susie. This is my dog Bali, and we want to show you some tricks. Bow, bang, play dead. Bali, sneeze. Good girl.
6-year-old Bali is a Jacoby, a mix of a Jack Russell Terrier and a Beagle.
Bali, set the ball. Good girl.
But Susie says Bali clearly has some human in her too. She knows tricks dogs just don't know.
I started training her ever since she was 1 month old, and she just picked it up really fast. She's just a smart dog. Bali, what aloha means? Yeah, kisses, huh? Roll over, roll over. Good girl. Bali, bow. Yoga, yoga, yoga. Stretch, stretch, stretch. No, that other direction. Okay, go, go.
Not to let her talents go to waste, Bali has a special job. She helps Susie give private tours around the island. Many visitors want Bali to come along because they miss their pet back home.
Most of our customers request Bali because they miss their pet in the mainland or anywhere around the world. Bali knows many tricks, about 20 tricks, and every year we try to teach her 2 new tricks.
Bali's tricks attract a lot of attention. Everyone can't help but fall for the tiny superstar.
Bali puts a smile on everybody's face, and that's actually my reward, to see people happy and their reaction. Sometimes they just scream when they see her skateboard or boogie board. They get so excited.
Seems that Bali was born for the limelight. Her low center of gravity helps her skate and surf with ease. That's right, Bali surfs too.
Let's go surfing. Let's go surfing. Yeah? Let's go surfing. Wait, wait, come on, come here, come here, come here.
Perfect form, Bali. All this sure does work up a sweat. Time to cool off.
But enjoy the view and hang out in Waikiki.
As a Jacoby, Bali was born with intelligence and a loving and outgoing personality. But her hard work and training with her owner, Susie, has helped her become an extraordinary dog. You've heard stories about animals of different species becoming friends. Dogs and cats, chickens and puppies, tigers and bears, and so on. Are these relationships based on science, or is it just a fluke? With more and more data coming in, it's become clear to scientists that certain parts of the brain in all animals are capable of emotion, joy, and grief, and express it to other animals no matter what the species. Now, a tale about 2 unlikely friends, a predator and its prey. Predator and prey. one a hunter, the other the hunted. That's how nature designed it. But this odd pair is defying nature.
They basically grew up together. Rabbit was here first, and Hoku came as a puppy, and she always thought that rabbit belonged to her.
Meet Hoku the German Shepherd and Koko the bunny, an animal odd couple.
Hoku moves, the dog moves. If Koko goes, the dog goes.
Koko was the first to join Frank's home, a little ball of fur given as a Mother's Day gift from a neighbor. Then a month later, on Father's Day, came Hoku, then just a puppy looking to have some fun.
The dog wanted to play with the rabbit all the time, but the rabbit didn't want a darn thing to do with the dog. So it took about a year or so for the rabbit to get used to the dog being around, and we used to put a little chicken wire fence in the backyard so the two of them could play in there. So eventually I figured out to run the runner so the rabbit would have more room to run around and play in the yard. So they've been, I guess, almost like mother and daughter here. That she protects the rabbit from even cats will come to the fence, and she'll charge the fence to make the cats go away when the rabbit's out. She's very protective.
German Shepherds are working dogs. You see them used by the police and military to chase down crooks and bad guys, never scared to protect their owners. Hoku, while far from a police dog, still lets her protective instinct show when it comes to Koko.
About every year when we have Halloween, we all go out front and put up a tent for all the kids to come by and give out candy to them so they don't have to walk down our walkway. And when the kids want to come up and pet the rabbit, she'll walk over there and try to block them from getting near the rabbit. She'll actually sometimes stand over the rabbit, try to protect her if it gets too crowded.
Great protectors, German Shepherds are also great at adopting friends. Cats, birds, even rabbits.
Every afternoon when it starts getting shady out back, that's when I'll bring Koko out and put her out on the harness so she can run around. And then of course Hoku takes over the guard duty, so we don't even have to worry about Koko. She's well protected. So we'll keep her out until it gets dark, and then I'll bring her in, and usually Hoku still wants me to leave her out so she can play with her.
Even though they are best friends from the start, Frank knows not to leave them alone. No matter how much you train them, dogs still have very strong instincts that can take over if triggered, turning this sweetheart shepherd back into a predator.
I think because Hoku never had puppies, and she's a female, and she thinks the rabbit's her baby, I think she thinks it's her puppy, and that's why she's so protective of her.
And it's not just Hoku that needs to be watched. Koko has some naughty habits of her own.
Sometimes Koko, when she gets mad at Hoku for being too pushy to tell her what to do, she'll sit there and pound her back paw on the ground, and Hoku will back off because it's like almost like a warning, leave me alone for a little while.
While they're definitely friends, Frank thinks Hoku and Koko are more like family to each other. And fight like family too.
If anything were to happen to one of them, the other one's not going to know what to do, and especially if that rabbit goes first, Hoku's going to need to go to a dog psychiatrist because she's going to be lost without that rabbit.
Growing up together, spending so much time together, the odd pair has formed an unbreakable bond. While nature may say they shouldn't be so close, Hoku and Koko are breaking all the rules. Proving species is no barrier to friendship. Here's a fun factoid. Aside from being great pets, what do these three dog breeds have in common? The Collie, the German Shepherd, and the Pulley. Need to get the cows back in the barn? These guys can help. The Collie, German Shepherd, and the Pulley are all herding dogs, a class of 25 breeds that the AKC recognizes as having the fabulous ability to control the movement of other animals. Let's meet another one. Today, it's all about the Australian Shepherd. The 17th most popular breed in the U.S. Also known as an Aussie, the Australian Shepherd is often thought to have originated in Australia. That's a natural conclusion because of its name. But in fact, the Aussie originated in the western United States in the 1800s. They were bred to herd cattle and rose in popularity after World War II. It wasn't until later, though, that they became household pets. And they do make good pets, but because they were bred to be working dogs, they do require training to curb some of their herding instincts. Luckily, they're very easy to train and actually enjoy obedience classes. They love to please. They're great at dog sports like dog agility races and frisbee. They're also excellent as search and rescue dogs, detection dogs, and guide and therapy dogs. The Aussie is medium size and can weigh anywhere from 30 to 60 pounds. They come in black, red, sometimes called liver, blue merle, which is a black, white, and gray mix, and red merle, which is a red, white, and buff mix. They're known for having a variety of colors on their faces, with many having eyes of 2 different colors and even split eyes, which are bicolored eyes that may be half brown and half blue. All combinations are acceptable in the breed standards. Most have long tails, but some are born with naturally bobbed tails. Docking is still common in the U.S. where it is still legal. Their water-resistant coat is long and wavy or curly, and they shed a moderate amount yearly and heavily shed their undercoats twice a year. The Aussie is one energetic dog. They require a great deal of exercise because of their high energetic nature, and they get bored easily. And a bored Aussie can become destructive and bark way too much. They like to be with their humans, so much so that they're often called Velcro dogs because of their strong desire to be next to their owner. They aren't just intelligent, but they are considered a breed that adapts easily to different situations, and they think for themselves. That's why Aussies are often used to herd unusual livestock, such as rabbits, ducks, and geese. Aussies are not good apartment dogs. They've just got too much energy and need large spaces to play. They need to be trained, and obedience classes are a must. If not, their herding instincts can take over, and they'll try to take a dominant position in the household. They may even try to nip and chase other pets or people if not trained correctly. They're probably not a good breed for a first-time dog owner. Aussies are good with children, although if they're not trained properly, they might try to herd them. You might consider that a bad or possibly a good behavior. As for health issues, Aussies are prone to vision problems, epilepsy, and puppies who have inherited 2 copies of a certain gene also have an increased risk of being born blind or deaf. The lifespan of an Australian Shepherd is about 12.5 years. That's a year or 2 longer than the usual lifespan of a dog of its size. The Australian Shepherd, highly intelligent, highly energetic, demanding, and with the proper training can be a great addition to the household. And now you know all about the Australian Shepherd. Let's look at 3 more dog breeds and see if you can tell what they have in common. The Labrador Retriever, the Newfoundland, and the Poodle. The Labrador Retriever, the Newfie, and the Poodle all have water in common. They love to swim, and they are all in the top 5 for their swimming abilities. And it's certain that they'd love what we're going to show to you next, a chance to go surfing. From hanging 10 to hanging 4. Pause, that is. A new invention is giving dogs a water experience like never before.
Behind me now is a 53-foot trailer that we've converted into a wave machine. It's Lucy's Pet's gnarly cranking canine wave machine.
This 4,000-gallon tank on wheels can churn out waves every 6 seconds. This funhouse for dogs came from a man whose first mission was feeding dogs.
For years, I owned a company called Natural Balance Pet Foods, and I used to donate millions of pounds of food to all the animal rescue groups because it was my belief that they were the ones going into the shelters and taking dogs and cats off death row and saving lives.
After selling the company, Joey didn't want to stop helping dogs, so he started the Lucy Pet Foundation, an organization that takes to the road to help animals in need.
Hi, well, I'm Doc Halligan, the Chief Veterinary Officer for the Lucy Pet Foundation. We're a mobile spay-neuter van. We're able to take spay and neuter on the road. This unit also functions as an adoption vehicle. The windows roll up there, and you can see these pets are all here for adoption. But if we were doing a spay-neuter, we can typically do about, per doctor, 30 animals.
An on-the-road facility like this one can help a lot of animals, but it all comes at a cost.
Per dog, it's about $125 per animal to spay and neuter it. We actually can do surgery for free for city residents of Los Angeles because we have a contract that gives us some money towards it, so there is some subsidy.
Sales from Lucy Pet products help keep the operation going and ultimately save animal lives. Each year, more than 2.5 million pets are put down in the U.S. alone.
And the fact is that when pets are spayed and neutered, they live 40% longer. So there's no reason to ask, should I do it? Just do it.
We have to do marketing on the Lucy Pet product side, and I've done a lot of Rose Parade floats in my time. So 2012, I did the world's longest and heaviest Rose Parade float with surfing dogs. So I'm bringing that back for 2017, and what you see here is the first ever portable wave machine.
They're going to pick 4 dogs, I believe, for the Rose Bowl Parade float this year, and we're all competing to be on the float.
This is going on tour around the country. We're going to, Chicago and Detroit and Miami and Orlando and Phoenix.
The wave machine is traveling across the country looking for the best surfing dogs to feature on its float.
I'm Alicia, and this is Surf Gidget the Pug, and we are here surfing at the Lucy Pets Foundation for the 2017 Rose Parade. There will be 4 dogs that will be chosen out of all of the nation. And Surf Gidget is now 3 years of age, and she started as an agility dog and took up to paddleboarding and now surfing. And if you can rescue, absolutely fantastic. Whatever you can do.
2 main purposes for this whole tour. One, it's going to be fun. It's going to create a lot of awareness for the Rose Parade and the surfing dogs everywhere. But most important, as we go around the country, we're talking about pet overpopulation, the 80,000 dogs and cats a week that are being euthanized, and to spay and neuter your pets. So this whole tour has a very serious message to it.
While the dogs have fun in the water, what about the other pets the Lucy Pet Foundation helps?
Cowabunga, right? Who's riding the waves? Well, you're not thinking about a cat riding a wave, are you? Well, this is one special cat that we pulled from a very high intake shelter. Could have ended up in a barrel, and instead this cat went and starred in a Super Bowl commercial and is now being trained by Matilda Cagney to actually surf and ride a wave. So be looking out for Ricky.
Training Ricky here to surf in the wave machine. There is obviously some kind of challenge. First step was to get him to be comfortable on the board, working him in the pool, which we've done. He is a rescue. So this is super exciting, and wish us luck.
Ricky has a ways to go before he's surfing with the big dogs. Don't worry, if you don't get it right away, Ricky, even your canine pals need a little nudge at first.
My primary job with this float here is to get the dogs surfing. They got to be positioned right on the board, got to get them acclimated to being 15 feet up in the air. But for the most part, it's, the majority of them seem to enjoy it once they get the hang of it. We can make waves on this thing fairly big. It's just we have a pretty closed space up top, so we need to, keep them about waist high. As you can tell, this wave machine isn't something you see going down the highway every day. So people definitely stop, stare. A lot of cell phones come out. The only one of its kind in the world.
The wave machine is definitely unique, but Joey wants to make it record-breaking. At 125 feet, he hopes it will set the record as the longest float ever to be featured in the Rose Parade.
So it's going to be really a lot of fun to see that going down Colorado Boulevard in Pasadena.
Go, go, go! Oh, yeah!
They're trying to save 80,000 dogs a week that are euthanized across the United States. It's amazing. This is an amazing foundation.
As it continues on its journey across the country, the Wave Machine and Lucy Pet Foundation are hoping to get more folks on board with its products and its mission to use all proceeds to pay for spay and neutering. and making the lives of pets pretty swell. It can happen to any animal. Getting hit by a car, being abused, suffering an accident, getting an unforeseen illness. It's all part of daily life at the Animal Care Foundation, where the animals rule, care is unsurpassed, diets are vegan, and the staff has pure love for their patients.
Good girl. We have a dog here that's been hit by a car, so it's medical boarding.
This is Zion, and today has been a long time coming.
When she came in, she looked pretty bad. She had a huge open wound across her chest, exposing skin, muscle, and bone.
She's been at the Animal Care Foundation for 6 months after a horrible car accident.
This wound was so deep, it literally came all the way back to here, all the way down to here, all the way up to here, and now all we have left in 6 months, pretty amazing, is this one little spot and this one little spot.
While everyone is happy Zion is going home, it's bittersweet to see her go.
She's one of the toughest little dogs I can honestly say I've ever met, so we're all kind of attached to her.
You see, here at the Animal Care Foundation, pets come first. They're treated like people.
This clinic runs under a specific mission. It is animal-centric and it's rights-oriented as well. The rights and the animal-centric persuasion kind of permeates everything. What we do focuses strictly on the patient. We try not to use things that are from other species, like we don't carry dead animal foods. Nothing that's not vegan, except for certain medications which we cannot replace.
Dr. Sabina DiGiacomo and the Animal Care Foundation see a wide array of animals, all with different needs.
She's okay. She's cool with all these cats here.
Okay, well, we had a client come in with their dog Ginger, is like a little terrier.
Yeah, she's fine. She just gets a little bit anxious when she has to have her nails clipped.
A lot of times they will be not willing to let you clip their nails. Generally, we like to have somebody who's holding the animal and then somebody who's clipping. That's ideal, but usually we're by ourselves, so we have to get creative.
You may not think of nail clipping to be a medical need, but it is. If nails are too long, they can lead to bad posture, become ingrown, and even get snagged. The consequences can be even worse in older dogs.
Yeah, Ginger was really difficult, really did not like to get her nails clipped, but we still need to get them done, otherwise the animal's going to be in discomfort with clacking the nails, and it's just going to end up hurting the paws in general. So you have to stick with it, and we ended up finishing your nails.
This is one of the worst ones. All right. Good girl. I don't know why I'm saying good girl.
One patient out the door, and another one comes in.
This kitchen got a little bit too cold, and when they do that, they can't process food properly.
This one is fighting for her life. We'll find out how she got this way and ended up at the Animal Care Foundation, and we'll see what her odds of survival are after the break. We've all heard the saying that a cat has 9 lives. Well, naturally a cat has only 1 life, but why does the old saying specify 9 lives? Many people believe that cats have 9 lives specifically is because 9 is a magic number, a mystic number involving traditions and religions. It's also believed 9 refers to an old English proverb. A cat has 9 lives. For 3 he plays, for 3 he strays, and for the last 3 he stays. Whatever the meaning, it appears that some cats at least have a second chance. Welcome back to Pets in Paradise TV. Somehow, this kitten used up several of her 9 lives, and she's now at the Animal Care Foundation fighting for at least one of them.
Kitty's hypothermic, hypoglycemic.
This tiny kitten was dropped off at the clinic anonymously with just a note saying, "Found in dumpster."
Okay, you're gonna give just the tiniest little bit. What we're gonna do is rehydrate her. No gagging, no coughing, these are in. And then we're only gonna give her about 5 cc's. Get some good food down her, bring her back up to body temperature, and 50-50. Most of these guys will bounce back in the first couple of hours. The question is whether or not they stay stable or not, because sometimes when they get too hypoglycemic, when you try to bring them back to normal, their body can't withstand it. But we'll know in the next probably 12 hours.
Even with her poor condition, the team at the Animal Care Foundation will continue to work hard to bring this little one back to health.
We also will see the kitten that was hit on the side of the street, the dog that just kind of rolled out of the hills. We work with a lot of the rescues who find these sick dogs or injured dogs, and frankly, these animals don't really have anywhere else to go that can help them at a reduced cost, which we do to the absolute best of our ability, certainly not as much as we would like to. But then I guess there's always somebody who needs you.
Unlike some clinics, the Animal Care Foundation never turns away an animal in need, no matter its condition.
If you look very closely at her beak right here, you'll see that her beak is separated. Normally, your beak, just like your jaw, is connected in the middle. And because she was born without that connection, she can't actually trim these pieces that are growing back. So she'll need continually trimming her entire life just to keep that back.
This lovebird is in desperate need for some TLC from a doctor.
It's still longer than it should be. It should come all the way back to here, but that's as far as we can go because it's grown out. And then
Beeper's beak will need to be trimmed about every 3 weeks. Because birds are so delicate, trimmings must be done by a vet. With a trimmed down beak, Beeper can finally eat like a normal bird again. Another success. But now, another patient is in need.
We're gonna go see our next patient. She's new to us here. Not feeling so well today. Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good.
So tell me a little bit about what's going on.
Okay, this is Sapphire.
This kitty just came in from LA. He's had an eye problem now for about a month that hasn't resolved, which has left it with a certain amount of scarring and damage. So possibility we may lose that eye, but mother's committed to fixing it, so we're going to treat that for the next month and baby it a little bit and see where we go and see if we can't keep her with her own eye.
As much of the Foundation's work is about treating wounds and illnesses, it also works on preventing animals from getting sick.
The standard phone call is, what do vaccinations cost? And the profession has had to focus on that over the last 20, 30 years because animals weren't really in the clinics as consistently as they are now. But we've actually gotten to a point where vaccination is, and those diseases are somewhat stable, so we have the ability now to focus on other things that are equally important to an animal's health.
From vaccinations to surgeries to simple treatments, at the Animal Care Foundation, it's all about making sure animals are as healthy as they can be, even if it does take months, like in Zion's case. In a moment, she'll be saying goodbye to her family of the past 6 months and going back home. And home is not quite what you'd expect. But coming up next, we'll go inside the operating room for a procedure that not only helps the animal, but has a positive impact on the entire community. Want more proof that neutering is important? Answer this. If left alone, how many kittens can a pair of cats produce over 10 years? 66? 12,000? Or 80 million? 2 unneutered cats, if left alone for 10 years, could produce a staggering 80 million offspring. I think it's time to get serious about neutering. Welcome back to Pets in Paradise TV. Soon, Zion will be saying goodbye to the staff at the Animal Care Foundation, her home for the past 6 months while she's been recuperating, and then it's off to her real home. But first, the clinic today is full of kitties who are getting ready for some life-changing surgery.
This is the time of day when we start doing our neutering. Today, mainly we have spays and neuters, and today, actually, we have all cats. Spaying and neutering is incredibly important as a procedure in the veterinary field for two reasons. One, it stops a lot of health issues, cancer, fighting abscesses, behavioral issues as well, that are just not conducive with our lives. But additionally, it stops reproduction, and that's more of a public awareness issue, in that there are so many kittens and puppies born these days that we just don't have enough homes for them. So we need to stop having all these puppies and kittens, and the only way to do that right now effectively is to neuter these guys. So this kitty's a feral, so she's going back out into the real world. So we notch their ears to let people know that they're ferals and that they've been neutered. This is a girl, and since girls are always right, we notch the right ear.
For some animals, the road to getting healthy again is an easy one. For some, it's a day-to-day battle struggling to survive.
Stanley basically was taken to the Humane Society specifically to be euthanized. His caretaker assumed he wouldn't live, and Humane Society backed that up, saying that he should be euthanized, and it was only because he's actually registered to us that he's here today. And I suspect that he's got a long road ahead of him.
Stanley was left for dead after getting his back legs run over by a car. He needs new bandages every day for the next 2 weeks, and he's fighting infection. But there is hope.
And as you can see, a lot of these tendons are pretty torn, which is why there's such mobility in this joint. But actually, there are no broken bones. This cat has a lot of will to live. He's already shown that.
The wounds are severe, but with intensive care, healing can happen. It just takes time.
Given that this process is going to take close to 6 months, most people would say that poor cat, he's going to suffer. We should just put him to sleep. But the reality is, in 6 months, which is really not that long, he will be walking around pretty normal and pretty happy. And I think his life is worth more than that to him. All right, so back at it tomorrow again.
6 months is just how long Zion was at the Animal Care Foundation. Also severely injured, Zion is now healthy and ready to go home. But it's a hard goodbye.
All right, what's out of me? That's okay. All right. Well, it's time for her to go home. And obviously she's been with us for 6 months, so we're all kind of attached to her. Hard not to be. She's one of the toughest little dogs I can honestly say I've ever met. With what she's been through, she's never once snarled at us. She's never tried to bite. And she had to be in incredible pain when she came in. She's a pretty impressive little personality. We're gonna miss her. I know I will. But her family misses her, and I know they want her home, so it's the right thing to do.
Zion's home is a little different. She won't be going back to a house, but to a homeless camp. Animal Sanctuary, Friends for Life, will transport her back to her loving family, who at first thought this day would never come.
I actually thought I wasn't going to get her back, but it's the truth. I had partied with her in my own little way because I was afraid I wasn't going to get her back. I'm so happy. I am ecstatic. When they told me, I really was lost for words. I didn't know what to say. It was a shock.
Zion still has some healing to do as she gets used to being back home. She'll need a lot of love, and she wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the love of Dr. DiGiacomo and the Animal Care Foundation.
I've been in the veterinary field since about the age of 14, and I'm 44. For me, it's being the doctor. Not necessarily the technical aspect, which is fascinating, but making somebody better when they were feeling really bad is incredibly heartwarming. Whenever they get to walk out the front door and feel better, it's a good day.
What's the color of your dog's tongue? Is it black, spotted, or pink? Well, it's probably pink. The truth is, practically all dogs have pink tongues, with very few exceptions. The most notable is the Chow, which has a black tongue. But some are spotted, but those spots are usually on a pink tongue. It's not a bad idea to take a look at your dog's tongue occasionally. If it shows any signs of discoloration, bumps or lumps or swelling, it could be the sign of a physical ailment that needs to be checked. Some dogs are willing to show you their tongues at the drop of a hat, but others may need some coaxing. But take a look. A healthy dog usually has a healthy and pink tongue. Welcome back to Pets in Paradise TV. There are more than 500 dog breeds, ranging from the world's smallest, the Chihuahua, to the mighty Great Dane. Our goal is to pick one and learn all about it in It's All About the Breed. Today, it's all about the third most popular breed of dog, the Golden Retriever. Originally a hunting dog from Scotland, the Golden Retriever was developed in the mid-1800s by crossing water spaniels with other types of retrievers. The Golden is a large dog that got its name because of its ability to retrieve shot game undamaged in the field. That talent is amplified by the fact that they also love water, are great swimmers, making them perfect to retrieve waterfowl. There are three types of Golden Retrievers: the British, the American, and the Canadian. Their top coats are water resistant and somewhat wavy, and they shed throughout the year. Their undercoat keeps them cool in summer and warm in winter. They shed their undercoats twice a year. They're also known for the feathering on the backs of their forelegs and heavy feathering on the front of their necks and the bottom of their tails. Kindly, friendly, and confident. Those are the three words that are used to describe the temperament of the Golden. They make great family pets and are especially good with children. They're not a one-man dog. They're just as friendly to visitors as they are with their family. That trait does not make them a good candidate to be a watchdog. The Golden Retriever is known for being extra smart and is ranked 4th in the prestigious book, The Intelligence of Dogs, just behind the Border Collie, the Poodle, and the German Shepherd. The ranking is based on obedience command trainability. The average weight of a male Golden is 65 to 75 pounds, females 55 to 65. They have a lifespan of 11 to 12 years. They are prone to some specific health issues, including obesity and hip dysplasia, but the most common cause of death is cancer, the breed's biggest killer. Some also suffer from eye and heart problems. If you own a Golden, expect to spend some time brushing at least once a week, once a day if it's during shedding season. They also need to have their ears cleaned regularly to avoid ear infections. They are very eager to play, as any Golden owner will tell you, and are naturals at dock diving. And of course, they need a good period of physical exercise each day. Intelligent, great with children, and easy to train. Add it all up and you've got one of the greatest pets around. And now you know all about the Golden Retriever, the third most popular dog. But here's a question for you. Do you know what the 5 most popular pets are? Well, number 1 is easy. It's dogs. And it should come as no surprise that cats are number 2. Numbers 3 through 5, though, may be a little tougher. In third place is a pet that's not cuddly at all. It's fish. Aquariums abound, making little swimmers of all types the third most popular pet. In 4th place, it's birds. Parakeets, parrots, finches, lovebirds, cockatoos, cockatiels, macaws, you name it. 4th place is for the birds. To round out our top 5, you can think about cuddly again. It's the rabbit. That's right, bunnies are very popular pets. In fact, the American Veterinary Medical Association estimates that there are over 6 million rabbits living as pets in over 19 million homes. You know your pet is beautiful, but getting that beauty captured on film is a whole different story. In this segment, we follow one of Hawaii's top pet photographers to learn what it takes to get a good pet photo.
I'm Lonnie Sanders. I've been photographing pets since around 2008 exclusively. I've done over 1,000 pets.
With that much experience, Lonnie shares a few easy tricks that you can use to get the perfect shot.
And it's something I just fell in love with, and I couldn't stop. I loved it. I found my passion, and I'm happy to keep working.
And if you actually duck behind me, like you're hiding,
His eyes will come down perfect.
Lonnie's first tip, get down and get eye level with your pet.
I was doing a Paws in Paradise calendar, and what that is, dogs showing the beauty of Hawaii, and we want everyone to have an aloha theme.
A successful picture is one that conveys character. You can use a treat to motivate your pet to do his favorite trick, or one that captures his personality. And what's a photo shoot without an outfit, right? Picking props that go with the outfit and help make the photo pop.
There's a giant ominous cloud behind us, so time is of the essence. We'll go towards the light.
But even with the perfect outfit, treats, and setup, pet photo shoots might not go as planned.
The day of the shoot, the weather was a little iffy. We got there right in time. There was a storm coming over. We actually had to run from the clouds to keep the light. It was really exciting. I can put that behind my head so he looks down just a little, but we pulled it off.
Despite the weather, the photos turned out great. But if you thought that was hard, let's see Lonnie work her magic on a pet that doesn't do tricks and doesn't wear outfits.
Today we're shooting Rupert. He's a really cute little guinea pig. He's got crazy hair, and his owner, Carrie, wants to make him into a punk rocker. And he looks kind of punk, so we'll see how it goes.
Rupert is funny. He loves peppers more than anything. And I have a 6-year-old Weimaraner as well, and they play together. Cuddles. He'll cuddle with you.
Humans aren't the only ones that get camera shy. Pets can get nervous too. Pet owners should stay close, and treats should help the pets relax. You don't want to overdo it either and stress out your pet. It's okay to take a break.
Guinea pigs and punk, I like it because, it shows his personality. Rupert's a rebel. His hair is kind of rebellious, so I think it'll fit his personality. You're such a rocker, Rupert.
While Rupert's not really one for poses, a few playful props can help give him the appearance of a bona fide rock star.
Guinea pigs are a little difficult to kind of get them to look into the camera. I can't really predict their body language as easy as I can a dog. You just kind of hope for the best, and hopefully Carrie's got a good relationship with Rupert and can help guide him. But usually they don't run around too much, but hopefully he won't run away.
Out of the 10 breeds, Rupert is a silky.
We got it before it fell.
I got Rupert through Petco. He is a little bit special needs, and I knew that when I got him because he has a prolapsed penis, so his hair grows around it, so it'll swell really big. So we get to manscape him about every other day. Good job, Rupert! A joy, he's so funny and definitely has his own personality. He loves to play, he loves to play with our dog, he loves to cuddle.
We're good to go.
Yay! Good job, Rupert.
You did so good, Rupert.
Yeah. I think Rupert's gonna have a future in modeling. Other than that, he's gonna get to travel probably the world a little bit. He likes to give smooches. Well, I don't know if he'll give me any, but no, okay. He's had a traumatic day.
Go ahead and sit on the floor right in the middle of that. Not too far back towards the back. Oh, yeah. We saw Carrie actually did a little modeling herself, so she looks very photogenic to me, and we're just gonna do a quick little portrait of her and Rupert together. I'm gonna put him up on top of your head, and we'll just have you go.
Look up.
Yeah. Okay, so let me balance him up there, and if you feel him falling off you.
I'm hoping he doesn't pee on me. He'll probably make poop, but...
When taking photos of your own, look for opportunities to try something new. Experiment, and don't be afraid to get in front of the camera yourself.
Okay.
Good job, buddy.
Thank you.
And And that's a wrap. Whether you're looking to capture your pet as a rock star or the ambassador of aloha, what you really need to know is patience is the key to getting the photos you want. A guinea pig is often confused with a hamster. They're both cute. They both make good pets. Are they actually the same animal? Guinea pigs and hamsters are both rodents, but they're different species of rodents, and although they look similar and are both common household pets, they have their differences. First of all, guinea pigs are much bigger than hamsters, which are much smaller and tend to be escape artists. Hamsters are also nocturnal and often make a lot of racket in their cage at night, whereas guinea pigs sleep at the same time you do. Hamsters carry food in cheek pouches. Guinea pigs do not. What they do have in common is that they like to be cuddled, although they're not as relaxed when you pick them up as our next guest. Today, it's all about the Ragdoll cat. One of the most distinctive breeds of cats is the Ragdoll. It looks somewhat like a Siamese or a Himalayan with blue eyes and distinct color points, but its odd behavior is what makes it stand out. What's odd, compared to most cats, is that the Ragdoll goes limp when you pick it up, hence the name. The breed was developed in the 1960s by an American breeder, Ann Baker, who liked the look of the cat and its great personality, and its tendency to go limp when held. Baker liked the breed so much, in fact, that she kept it to herself, forming a Ragdoll group apart from any other cat registry association. She even trademarked the name Ragdoll, and it wasn't until after her death when the trademark expired that the name became available to other breeders. Today, the Ragdoll is recognized by all the major associations and is popular both in the United States and in Great Britain, where it was imported. The Ragdoll is one of the largest breeds of cats, weighing in at 8 to 15 pounds for a female and a whopping 12 to 20 pounds for a male. They're slow maturing and don't reach full weight until they're 4. They are considered semi-long-haired and come in a half-dozen colors, including white, red, chocolate, blue, lilac, and cream. Their points consist of one darker color at the extremities. Their coats, even though fairly long, don't have much of an undercoat, which makes them less likely to tangle and mat. They shed about the same as any semi-long-haired breed. As for health issues, Ragdolls join the Siamese in having the lowest survival rate of any cat breed, with only 63% living to 10 years or older. Issues include urinary problems and heart disease. The Ragdoll's personality is considered dog-like. It's not uncommon for them to run and greet you at the door, follow you around the house, and some can even fetch, much like a Siamese. But their most unusual personality characteristic is their tendency to collapse in the arms of anyone who holds them, even if they're on their backs. They're not excessively vocal cats, but will ask you politely for a snack in a soft voice when they're hungry. Ragdolls are fun to play with and seldom extend their claws when playing. They don't mind being dressed up in costumes or riding in a baby stroller. They get along fine with other cats as well as cat-friendly dogs. Some Ragdoll owners say that if a dog is man's best friend, then the Ragdoll must be man's best companion. And now you know all about the Ragdoll cat. Although Ragdoll cats are big, they're not the biggest breed of cats. Do you know what the biggest breed is and how much they weigh? A male Ragdoll cat generally weighs 12 to 20 pounds, but that's nothing compared with a Savannah cat, which typically weighs around 30. A Savannah is a cross between a domestic cat and a wild African cat, which gives it its size. Of purely domestic cats, the Maine Coon is considered the biggest, with males generally weighing in at 25 pounds when fully grown. But when it comes to big cats or dogs as pets, the love of an owner can really make a difference in times of tragedy, as we find out next. Losing a pet is hard. Moving on to a new pet can be even harder. In this story, we witness one man's healing heart and one dog's determination to walk again. It all started with this puppy.
We knew that if we did not take this dog, that it was going to be his last option of a rescue.
I had a Rhodesian Ridgeback when I was a kid, full-bred, AKC registered dog, and I've always liked the breed. It had been 2 decades before I was able to get Kumo. I just couldn't bring myself to having another one after I had him.
Jonathan had his first dog for 11 years, but sadly, medical problems forced him to put the dog down.
John was a little leery about, I don't want to get that connected to a dog again and have something happen.
It took, let's just say it took 2 decades before I could get another dog. But that's part of the reason I wasn't too keen on getting another dog. But I have no regrets. I think he likes to just do what I like to do, or likes doing what I'm doing, hanging out.
And he's not my dog anymore. He's his dog.
He is my best friend. Yeah, right. Yeah, he is my best friend.
Besides me.
Well.
This second forever friend grew up into everything you could hope for in a dog. Then suddenly everything changed.
I came home from work that evening and John was throwing the tennis ball down the driveway for the dog. And we were throwing the tennis ball back and forth down the driveway, and we'd bounce it, and he'd jump up in the air, and John threw one low grounding ball. Kumo would usually get to the ball and overrun it, and then his back would come up, and that was quite often for him. But as he hit the ball and overran it, he caught his feet in the grass, and it twisted his back, and all I heard was a yelp. And I look over, and he's down on the ground, and he's dragging his back legs. John ran over to him, and he was dragging his legs on the ground, and I said, just, lay with him on the ground. And he's either paralyzed or, something's wrong here.
Wasting no time, the couple did the right thing and rushed Kumo to the vet.
And I'm on the phone all the way, calling VCA, telling him we have a dog that's got either a bad back injury, he cannot move his back legs, and my husband's in the back of the truck with the dog and we're on our way. Can you have somebody waiting for us?
Once they got to the vet, the test started.
Kumo Bowers was presented to us at about 6 o'clock in the evening. His chief complaint was that he was running around playing ball, suddenly became paralyzed in his hind legs.
We're like, please don't let anything happen to this dog.
Kumo's injury left him in bad shape, unable to move his back legs and facing an uncertain future. Kumo's owners were left with a tough decision, and in a moment we'll find out how they dealt with Kumo's future. Spinal injuries in dogs are not unusual. In fact, they're in the top 10 when it comes to common dog injuries. What are the top 3 injuries? Spinal injuries are the 7th most common injury in dogs. The top 3 are soft tissue trauma, that's a bruise or contusion. The second is a minor ligament tear. And the 3rd most common injury in dogs is a bite wound or laceration. Some injuries to dogs may seem minor, but a visit to the vet is a must to make sure there aren't other less noticeable problems. Let's get back to Kumo, the Rhodesian Ridgeback who was healthy and physically active at one moment, but then suffered an injury while playing an innocent game of catch and was left partially paralyzed. Kumo's owners rushed him to the vet where tests began, but the problem was not easily diagnosed. Life for Kumo's owners was suddenly turned upside down.
So Kumo was admitted into the hospital that night, was started on medical therapy for paralysis.
A dog's spine is highly sensitive. Many times injuries to the spine leave the dog paralyzed. But was that the case with Kumo?
I'm thinking the worst. I always think the worst, but I was just thinking this is terrible. There's just no way.
We have a choice for our diagnoses is either a herniated disc causing his paralysis, or he may have suffered a blood clot to that portion of his spinal cord causing the paralysis.
Trying to find out what was wrong with Kumo was no easy task. It didn't take hours, it took days. The couple had no choice but to wait.
We came home and we both were like, there's no way.
Yeah.
I went back in Monday we actually both went in.
I took you in on my way to work.
Yeah, he took me in on the way to work. And I actually stayed and I crawled in the kennel with him. Hit my head by his head, and I actually just laid basically in the kennel with him for probably another 2 or 3 hours at least.
Yeah.
Until they said, you know, you just need to give him some time to rest, and you need to go home and get some rest yourself.
After all that, the vet came back with nothing. There was nothing he could do for Kumo. So he returned home, unable to use his back legs. The couple had to care for him constantly.
A day in the life of this dog was we would have to get up in the morning and we would have to bath him, wet him down.
He's a 70-pound dog. He was eating and drinking fine. What goes in's got to come out. So we were doing a load of laundry every night. And during these times, of course, you think, you know, we can't go on this like this for the dog's sake. And it brought back the decision I had to make 20 somewhat years ago about putting a dog down. And it was terrible. Those were terrible times, yeah.
But things always seemed darkest before the dawn, and Kumo himself would reveal that.
And then one day I came home from work, and Kumo was actually standing up in his containment, and I was just overjoyed. I knew at that point that we actually had hope, and that we could make a life for the dog.
We'll never know what happened to Kumo, how exactly he got hurt, or how he was able to get back on his feet again. But his story shows that dogs are fighters, they're resilient, and lots of love and lots of patience can help.
This is a miracle that this dog has progressed from where he was to where he is today. The vet told us a lot of people at this point would not invest the time or the money into this, and they would have just put their dog down. But I was not going to give that up hope. And for anybody who has a dog who had been through this, just give it time.
Just give it time. There's no guarantees.
There's no guarantees, but you have to at least try and know that you've done everything you can. And you don't want to try and give it all you can. Look in their eye and they'll tell you whether they're going to be able to make it or not.
In this case, Kumo made it and is thriving. A testament that faith, love, and patience do work. With many things in the world, new is better. Not so, though, when it comes to dogs. In this segment, we'll tell you about the differences between puppies and older dogs, not just because of their ages, but because of their behavior, and why an older dog might be more of a match for your family.
Some of the benefits of adopting an adult dog are that they are already housebroken, they know basic commands. Typically, an adult dog will settle into your house routine very easily and very quickly.
While older dogs are cool and calm, puppies are just bursting with energy. That vim and vigor could be something you're looking for, but remember that dogs age faster than humans, and by the time they're a couple of years old, the first signs of health problems start to arise.
All of the genetic and the hereditary diseases, by the age of 2 to 4, we may not see full-blown disease, but we'll see, and as we get older, even more pronounced, we'll see what problems they do have. So you start already knowing what you've got.
There's no way to tell just by looking whether a puppy will suffer from a health problem in the future, but with an older dog, there are no secrets or surprises.
If you get a 4-year-old dog, you know if that dog has bad hip dysplasia because he's already showing signs. Whereas with a puppy, you're not necessarily going to know that, and you can't even take x-rays at least that are diagnostic until they're 2.
Puppies want to chew everything up, play all the time, and poop. These guys poop once a day to 2 times a day, and usually a lot easier to train or already trained.
Puppies are a lot like human babies. They need attention, lots of it. Older dogs have no trouble being left alone at home while you're at work or while the kids are at school. Like retirees, they know how to relax.
A puppy, on the other hand, has two modes: on, woo, and off, crash and burn. And very little time in the middle where they're just calm and cruising through the house.
Take it from someone who knows. Don't leave a puppy home alone, especially if you want your home to be the same way you left it.
Once I adopted a 3-month-old puppy, and it was a terror. He chewed everything. The housebreaking was rough. It was really difficult because I was working. Whereas with the older dogs, you don't have to go through all that. You don't have to worry if you have to leave them alone. Whereas with a puppy, you do. They'll tear up your house.
If you're thinking, my cute little pup would never be so naughty, we decided to do a little experiment to show you the difference between an older dog and a puppy. Here are our two test subjects. Trinity on the left is 3 years old. Pepper on the right is a puppy about 8 months old. Let's see how they behaved when he left them alone for half an hour. While Trinity stayed calm, Pepper tore into her toys and pretty much the whole room. For one thing, puppies' teeth. They chew on things as their teeth grow in. Secondly, they're babies, curious, and getting into everything is just how they learn about the world around them.
We found out with the dogs that have been through a lot of abandonment and loss of their families, or just want another family to live with them and just want to please the families. With puppies, they want to please themselves and just have fun.
So far, we've seen that older dogs are pretty independent. They've got some skills down, but they can be a little more complex when it comes to love, especially if they've had a rough past.
So adult dogs do enjoy daily walks, although they're not quite as hyperactive or needy as puppies can be. I do find that adult dogs are a little more snuggly and affectionate, so if that's what you're looking for, one of these dogs may be the dog for you.
If you're worrying about the old saying, you can't teach an old dog new tricks, forget it. It's actually puppies that are harder to train.
Just like humans, we're finding a lot of our lifestyle choices, and we have a lot of nutraceuticals that can help them age gracefully, so to speak. A lot of these guys are living into their teens, 14, 15, 16, and even the little dogs are hitting 20s.
So if you do decide to adopt an adult dog, there are far more options for you. There are many, many adult dogs out there looking for their forever homes.
That's a lot of years and a lot of love that older dogs still have to share with you. They're calmly and patiently waiting to be adopted by you and join you as your forever friend. Animal adoption agencies report that puppies get adopted at a much faster rate than adult dogs. It's also true that small dogs get adopted more quickly than big dogs. But what about the color of animals up for adoption? Is that a factor? Do you know what color gets adopted most? When it comes to color, adoption rates aren't very far apart, but the color that gets adopted most is golden. After that, in order of popularity, it's black, tan, chocolate, tricolored, white, apricot, gray, brindle, and in 10th place, chestnut. And maybe it's no coincidence that one of the most popular dogs, the Labrador Retriever, comes in the top colors. Now back to more Pets in Paradise TV. There are more than 500 dog breeds, ranging from the world's smallest, the Chihuahua, to the mighty Great Dane. Our goal is to pick one and learn all about it in It's All About the Breed. Today, it's all about the Labrador Retriever. Always one of the most popular breeds, and often is considered the most popular breed, is the Labrador Retriever. A family-friendly dog that was, and sometimes still is, used for hunting, but for the most part, Labs are known as terrific pets. Unlike the name implies, the Labrador Retriever is not from Labrador, but rather from another Canadian province, Newfoundland, where it was produced from what was then the St. John's Water Dog. But because of circumstances, the St. John's Water Dog was not being bred, and the breed died out eventually. Luckily, in the 1830s, an English earl had imported some, and it was from those labs that the modern breed evolved. The earl was impressed with the lab's water retrieval abilities. Labrador Retrievers are a top choice as a guide or rescue dog. In many countries, they're trained to help the blind, people with autism, and to act as therapy dogs. They often work as detection dogs for law enforcement. Labs come in 3 colors, black, chocolate, and yellow, and sometimes have white markings. The black lab came first, and it wasn't until the 1900s that chocolate and yellow were recognized. Lab puppies are some of the cutest and most adorable puppies you can imagine, but they do grow up to be fairly large dogs, with males usually weighing from 65 to 80 pounds and females 55 to 70. Labs that are bred for show are a little different looking than those that are bred as working dogs. The show dogs tend to be a little smaller, shorter, and stockier, with fuller faces and a slightly calmer nature. They've got a short and dense coat. They shed twice a year, except in warm or tropical climates where they're losing their hair constantly. But overall, they're considered low maintenance. As with most breeds, Labradors need obedience training when they're young, but training a lab is enjoyable, and they're quick learners. They're good apartment dogs, although they do need exercise, so they need to be walked and allowed to run in a dog park. As for temperament, that's where a lab shines. They're considered kind, pleasant, outgoing, and because they were bred to gently retrieve waterfowl, they like to hold things in their mouths, toys especially, but sometimes an owner's hand. But all the while, they hold items gently. They love to play ball and are great at frisbee. Labs are great with kids and other pets. Labs, of course, love the water and never miss a chance for a quick swim. Health issues are relatively few, although they are prone to hip and elbow dysplasia and often suffer from knee problems. Some labs also carry genes responsible for poor eyesight, retinal atrophy, and cataracts. Obesity is also a problem. Labs love to eat, and without proper exercise and diet, they can really pack on the pounds. Some studies have shown that up to a quarter of all domesticated Labrador Retrievers in the U.S. are overweight. And now you know all about the Labrador Retriever. If you're thinking about getting a lab and you really like the chocolate color, what colors do the parents have to be to produce a chocolate-colored lab? If you want a chocolate-covered Labrador Retriever, or a black one, or a yellow one, it doesn't matter what color the parents are. The 2 genes that are responsible for determining a lab's color are carried by all labs, and it's even possible for all 3 colors to be found in one litter. Meet Helen. She's not like other dogs.
Helen is handicapped, but in a dog's world, she doesn't know that she's handicapped. She just deals with it matter-of-factly and trucks on with it, and she races around the office, dragging her legs.
She came to the Oahu SPCA this way, and while she's friendly and loving, her difference can make her harder to adopt.
She definitely needs to be somewhere where she, can be taken care of very easily, picked up, use the bathroom outside, but a lot of times she is going to use the bathroom on herself without knowing it because she can't feel it.
So now the challenge, how to help Helen.
Helen came in with severe spinal issues. She couldn't walk, and my first thought was to find a way to get her mobile.
At this point, we think it's pretty eminent that she's probably going to need a wheelchair, and this is probably her best bet to have a good life despite her disability. And it's kind of inspired us to name her Helen, like Helen Wheels, since we're hoping she's going to get around really good on her new set of wheels.
Getting her on wheels isn't an easy task.
We did some looking online for wheelchairs that are pre-made. They're a fortune. People really charge a lot for something that's very simple.
So he got creative. getting together spare parts from his home and the hardware store to create this wheelchair for Helen. The price tag? Around $10. But will it work? Let's see.
It's designed so that if she gets tired, she can rest without any discomfort. And she should enjoy this immensely. This is our first fitting for Helen on wheels. Okay, now get out in front of her. You're supposed to roll, little one. You're supposed to roll, not supposed to bounce up and down.
Rome wasn't built in a day, and neither will Helen's wheelchair. It still needs a little tweaking.
I'm gonna extend the wheels down a little bit farther. That'll give her a better stable platform. Other than that, she was moving around okay, but she just needs to be a little bit more horizontal while she's moving. Okay, so this is phase 2. We revamped the wheelchair for her, made the wheels longer and sturdier, so she'll be more horizontal when she's running on her wheels.
After trial and error, let's see how phase 2 works.
First shot with the second revision, the bigger wheel, she went crazy and had a good time running around the whole place.
This time the wheelchair is a success. Hell on Wheels found herself new freedom. But it wasn't long until doctors realized they may be able to help Helen's life even better by restoring the use of her legs. They decided to investigate, and in a minute, we'll see what they found out. Making a DIY wheelchair for a paralyzed dog is a good option to save money if you're creative and handy with tools, but if you're not, be prepared to spend some money. Making a simple wheelchair yourself can save you lots of money. A typical two-wheeled cart starts at about $250, but can go as high as $500. More complicated wheelchairs are even more expensive. There are companies dedicated to making wheelchairs and prosthetics solely for dogs and cats, and they supply vets with just about any item they need, from 2 to 5-wheel wheelchairs to full-body wheelchairs, and a variety of braces and other prosthetics. Helen is a young Chihuahua that came to the Oahu SPCA partially paralyzed, unable to use her back legs. She was fitted with a doggy wheelchair that helped her move around. It improved her life greatly, but doctors wanted to know if there was anything that could be done medically to give her the use of her legs again. They decided to find out. It began with an examination into the extent of Helen's damaged spinal cord.
There's varying degrees of damage to the cord, and those dogs that have severe cord damage that have no muscle control, no sensation, no ability to do anything with their back legs, that means that if they have no cerebral awareness to pain, then you've only about 6 hours to be able to help them, and then the cord remains permanently damaged.
But Helen didn't fall into that category. She had little muscle and little movement, but she did have a chance. So doctors moved ahead with the surgery to help her walk on her own.
Just about to start the surgery with Helen, and the biggest criteria and our biggest worry is whether that spinal cord is intact. We know the vertebrae are separated and broken, but whether her spinal cord is intact is everything.
The only way doctors could be sure that they could help Helen was to look at her spinal cord. If it's severed, there would be nothing they could do.
Well, we've just completed Helen's surgery, and We're very pleased that the spinal cord was intact. It was badly bruised, but it was intact, and that gives us a great deal of encouragement. Had it been severed, we would not have completed the surgery. But there's a real good chance that we will now have slow and positive improvement.
When Helen first came out of surgery, she couldn't stand at all.
And now look at her, standing tall and proud on all four.
It's been about 4 weeks, and since then we've been working every day to try to rebuild her muscles back here. Are you gonna stand? See, she's standing right now, which is good. Good job, Helen. Up, 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 up. Ah.
She really has done very well. We're very pleased with her progress. She now is able to stand. She's able to urinate on her own, and soon she'll start to take some steps.
It's been my job to give her physical therapy, which I try to get her to stand as long as she can in a natural standing position. I try to pull her legs back so she gives me some resistance, try to rebuild those muscles, give them something to work against.
In terms of her long-term success, there's a 60 to 70% chance that we would have normal walking or ambulation. It'll take a while, but we're very encouraged with her progress.
Well, we hope that one day she can walk on her own. And it's going to be a really long road toward that, but that's what physical therapy is. It's slow but steady.
While you might say she was meant to be hell on wheels, it looks like Helen's life has taken a turn for the better. Thanks to the help of many, she can now live a happy, healthy, more fulfilling life. While most dogs wait at home all day for their master to return from work, there are some dogs that are also working all day at a real job.
One of our canines here is Scout, who works in hotels and residences throughout the islands and outer islands.
Scout is a bed bug hunter, and so is his coworker Ollie. Using their keen sense of smell to sniff the bloodsuckers out. It's a dirty job that takes training.
To keep their accuracy up, what we do is we train them every day with live bed bugs. When I hide them, I make sure that they're not going to be infesting my own house. So I have a netting around the top of the vial. The odor will come out, but the bugs won't come out. So what I'll do now is I'll hide these in our living room, in the couch.
The bugs are hidden, and Scout's sniffer goes to work.
Typically, when we inspect a room, we'll start in a pattern left to right. I'll always have the dog on the left, and I'm guiding the dog throughout the room to make sure he does a thorough inspection. Okay, come on, Scotty, let's go. Let's find your bees, come on. Find your
Seeing
bees.
a bed bug dead or alive can be extremely difficult. Adults are about the size of a grain of rice. Their eggs are smaller than the tip of a ballpoint pen. Can they escape the power of Scout's nose?
Hey, Scotty, good boy. That's a good boy.
As the saying goes, if you don't work, you don't eat, and that's how it is for Scout and Ollie. Instead of one big meal a day, they get a bite to eat every time they successfully complete a job. And that's not the only difference between these dogs and regular dogs.
There's a thin line between having a work dog and a pet. Now, if Scout were to live in our house and sit on the couch and watch TV with us or sleep on our bed at night, then he wouldn't have much incentive to get up and go to work in the morning. But at the same time, he's with me every day. We go to work in the morning, we have lunch together, and then he gets to come home and he has playtime with the other dogs, with our pet dogs.
You could say Scout and Ollie were born for this job. Part beagle and part hound, they inherited one of the most powerful noses in the canine world. But their natural-born talent had to be honed before they were ready to work. Their journey began somewhere very far from Hawaii.
Scout is from J&K Kennels. He was trained there as a scent detection dog as part of the National Entomology Scent Detection Canine Association.
Their skills get tested every year as they go through an annual recertification. Right now, they boast a 97% accuracy rate when it comes to finding bed bugs. An amazing feat for an animal that started life pretty tough. They were in an animal shelter before being picked up by J&K Kennels for training. Now they've found success at an actual job.
I'm thrilled to have Scout every day as my workmate. It makes the day go by very fast. Very fun way to work.
So next time you complain about working like a dog, remember there are dogs out there, just like Scout and Ollie, that are actually working. You might want to throw them a bone the next time.
Good girl.
Bed bugs are just one of the things that sniffer dogs can detect. But which of the following 3 items can they also detect? Explosives, mobile phones, or money? Fido pulled a fast one on you. Sniffer or detection dogs can find all 3. They're trained to help law enforcement officials find explosives in baggage. They can also detect currency, which could be drug or weapons money. And in prisons, sniffer dogs are used to find mobile phones that might have been smuggled in by prisoners. If you Google the word poi dog, you'll find definitions such as a type of hot dog, an extinct breed of dog from Hawaii, and the Urban Dictionary defines it as slang for a person with more than 4 ethnicities. In this segment, we'll find out the difference between a poi dog and a purebred.
Common thought pattern has always been that purebreds are better. Frankly, they're not. Purebreds are genetically defective generally.
Simply stated, a purebred is a dog with parents of the same breed or variety. So what is a poi dog?
So a poi dog is a dog that's not purebred. It has a lot of what we would call genetic diversity and a lot of strengths that come from that genetic diversity.
If you haven't figured it out yet, a poi dog is a mutt, the opposite of a purebred.
So let's talk a little bit about pure breeding and inbreeding. Essentially, it's the same thing in genetic or biological terms, because when you pure breed a dog, what you're doing is taking a very few ancestor dogs and generating a population from them.
To give you an example, there's a statistic that the 10,000 pug dogs in the United Kingdom are all descendants from 50 individuals. Because those are the dogs that were believed to have the most desirable traits, they continued to be used to father and mother today's population.
So both pure breeding or inbreeding, whatever you want to call it, what it does is it constricts the gene pool and it leads to both desirable and undesirable traits.
Some of the undesirables include a tendency for disease, higher rates of cancer, epilepsy, and even retinal atrophy that can lead to blindness.
And it depends on the breed. So for example, there's a disorder in King Charles Spaniels. Those have been bred over the years to have very small heads. You know, they're cute because they have these very small heads. But there's a disorder that comes along with that called syringomyelia, and what that is where the skull is actually too small to house the brain, and you get pressure on the brain, and the dog suffers neurological disorders and some distress because of that.
Not all purebred dogs are going to suffer from any or all of these diseases, but it is something you should be aware of when getting a purebred as a new family member.
If you want a good, solid family member who's furry, consider adopting a rescue animal.
These days, it's easier to do research on the behavior and physical traits of a specific breed you're interested in. By doing this, you'll have a good idea of what to expect as your puppy grows up and determine if it will be a good match for you. Despite whether you choose a poi dog or a purebred to be a part of your family, they are each unique and beautiful just the way they are. And one thing remains the same: their big hearts, despite their size, shape, color, or breed. The Greyhound is considered the king of canine racers. It's a pure breed that takes the prize for the fastest breed. But do you know how fast it can run? The long-legged, sleek-coated purebred Greyhound can easily attain speeds up to 45 miles per hour. The dog was bred to run that fast to chase down prey, especially quick-running rabbits. There are other breeds that can run almost as fast as the Greyhound, including the Saluki, the Whippet, the Border Collie, the Doberman, and a breed we're going to learn more about next, the Italian Greyhound, in It's All About the Breed. Often called an Iggy, which comes from its initials, the Italian Greyhound is not a miniature greyhound, but is a cousin of the greyhound and is its own distinct breed, dating back at least 2,000 years. Although the Italian Greyhound looks like a regular greyhound, they're much smaller and have a slenderer build. The Italian Greyhound is also not Italian. The name derives from the Renaissance, when the Italian Greyhound was immensely popular with royalty, including Mary Queen of Scots, Queen Anne, Queen Victoria, Catherine the Great, Frederick the Great, and the Queen of Norway. They originated in an area that's now the countries of Greece and Turkey, where skeletons have been found and verified as Italian Greyhounds. Mummified remains have been found in Egyptian tombs, but it's not clear if they were actually Italian Greyhounds or just small greyhounds. Iggies are a member of the toy group, even though they're bigger than most toy breeds. They're the 73rd most popular breed in the U.S. and have been recognized by the AKC since 1886. Like their cousin, the Italian Greyhound is a born runner, easily reaching speeds of 25 miles an hour. But they're not suited as well as the Greyhound for racing, although some are used for non-sporting straight track or oval racing. They're very agile and love to run and jump. They can often be found perched on top of furniture, much like a cat. But they also love to relax and even sunbathe. Because of their short coat, they get cold easily and love to get under the covers and behind sofa pillows. But watch out, although they can be a couch potato at one moment, they can turn into an agile athlete the next. Italian Greyhounds need regular exercise, and because of their nature, it's ideal if they have a fenced-in yard where they can romp and run around. But be careful, they are also very good jumpers and need fences at least 6 feet high to keep them in. Their coats are short and almost odorless, and they require little more than an occasional bath. They shed a minimal amount of hair, making them ideal for indoor life. But not ideal, however, is the fact that they aren't easy to housebreak. Training must start immediately, and some owners report that they are never able to be completely housebroken. They also hate the cold and rain and would rather make a mistake inside than battle the elements. Otherwise, they're easy to train and love spending time with their owner. They should be socialized early or they can become timid. They're not especially good as guard dogs, as they have a habit of turning and running when they're frightened. The Italian Greyhound, male or female, generally weighs from 6 to 15 pounds and has a lifespan of 14 to 16 years. Health issues include epilepsy, hip and knee disorders, eye problems, including progressive retinal atrophy and cataracts, and hypothyroidism. They are especially prone to periodontal disease, so regular brushing is essential. They also are known for a tendency to break their fragile legs, either by accident from jumping off a high object or roughhousing with boisterous children. That's why it's important to teach children to be gentle with them, although young kids often don't know when they're playing too hard. Otherwise, they make great pets. They're not barkers, and they love to snuggle. And now you know all about the Italian Greyhound. Here's a puzzler. Why do some dogs tilt their heads when you talk to them? Is it just to be cute? According to Dr. Stanley Coren, who studies dog behavior, many people believe the tilting behavior is so that dogs can hear better, or that they know they're being cute and will be rewarded. But Dr. Coren believes it may be because of vision. When a dog looks straight at you, his muzzle is blocking the full view of your face. When he tilts his head to the side, he can see your entire face, including your mouth that's doing all the talking. Now back to more Pets in Paradise TV. Just seconds old, this puppy doesn't even have a name yet, but it may already have a purpose: to give a person a better quality of life.
On Saturday, April 14th at 5:30 a.m., Annie gave birth to 7 healthy puppies. We will be observing these puppies very carefully over the next few weeks to see which ones will be eligible for service work.
By the time the puppies are 3 weeks old, the Hawaiian Canine Assistance Network starts testing to see which pups are a match for service work. From rocking to gentle swapping, these are just the first of many evaluations for the puppies.
Of the 7 puppies, these 4 were selected over a period of 8 weeks of training and observation as we took a look at which puppies potentially had the right temperament and skill level to become service dogs.
Some of the exercises that we did to help us determine which dogs would be ideal from the litter for service dog training were biosensor training. We would put them in different social environments to see how they reacted, what their temperaments were, if they were fearful, and just to see what their temperaments would be like with people and with other dogs.
Just like human children, the puppies love to have fun, interact, and explore. Their carefree play is an important tool for Hawaii Can as it carefully observes, looking for which pups are the calmest, which ones pay attention, which ones enjoy human touch, and which ones are the happiest. A dog needs these traits to find a forever home as a service dog.
So this beautiful dog is Haley, one of the service dogs in training. And when Haley grows up, what we'll be training her to do is to specifically help people with mobility and with hearing issues. So she'll be able to help someone out when they need to brace. Say it's an older gentleman who's not able to get up from a chair. Help people who might not be able to do just the simple things that we all take for granted, like putting on our clothes and picking something up when it falls. So Haley's going to really be instrumental in making somebody's life just a better way to live and just improving the quality of life for someone. And that's really important.
She knows a treat is coming. So the clicker conveys 3 things to the dog. 1, a treat.
It's not only the dogs that need training. Hawaii Can is made up of volunteers that meet once a week to learn alongside the dogs.
I hit the clicker, she knows I did. Tonight, our foster and furlough trainers are going to learn a little bit more about clicker training and basic obedience skills. They're going to be doing also some shaping exercises, which is a higher form of training for the dogs to learn how to use their brains.
So we're learning a technique called shaping, and what we're trying to do is teach the dog to get help when a person is injured or has fallen and needs help from a human to be picked up. And the object of this training technique is to have Donut, our dog, basically for this time, just a beginning, just to circle the injured person, which is be Michelle. And as soon as she gets close or in the vicinity of Michelle, I'll give her a click. And once she starts touching Michelle, then we will give her a big reward. And that's just to reinforce that she's doing something right. If she starts to turn around and come towards me, then she's not doing what we want her to do. So there's no reward for her and there's no clicking.
Through repetition and positive reinforcement, the dogs learn what could be life-saving skills in the future. But it's a long road before they're out there on their own.
The goal of tonight's session is to train our service dogs to help people with physical disabilities. The training process is actually 2 to 3 years long, and our furlough and foster volunteers are a critical part of that. They are with the furlough and foster volunteers for about 1.5 to 2 years, and then they go on for advanced training with our lead trainers.
While many dogs master commands like sit, roll over, and fetch, these dogs will master 60 to 80 commands, including opening doors, turning on lights, and picking up dropped objects.
Good girl, and she actually is pacing quite nicely. Tonight is one of the examples of the training sessions that they need to go through in addition to the training sessions that we have at the Youth Correctional Facility. As you train a service dog, because dogs don't walk at our pace, if you've ever walked a dog, they walk faster. And usually when you see a brand new dog on leash, you'll see the owner being walked by the dog.
If the years of testing and training are successful, the dogs will begin their next step as full-fledged service dogs.
So one of my jobs is to teach Haley to bond with people, because eventually she's going to be placed with someone with a disability and she'll have to bond with them and she'll be working with them for probably the rest of her life.
Having a dog placed as a service dog is an incredibly proud moment for the volunteers. But it's also bittersweet.
So I have to bond with her. It's really fast. It's so easy to fall in love with them. But I know that, in a few months I'm going to have to give her up. So it's a little hard, but you know that you're doing it for a really good reason. So, it makes it all worth it.
But finding their forever home in the service of someone in need is a long way off for these puppies, who are still just learning about the world around them. Little do they know, one day, they will help open up the world for someone else. Over the years, cats have been entertaining us through YouTube videos. But now it's time for us to create some electronic entertainment for them. Ever since touchscreen tablets became a common household item, the invention of cat video games, or cat apps, are turning cats into feline nerds. The games all have a common theme. It could be mice or fish or some other character that appears on the screen. Every time the cat taps on its prey, they earn their way to goals or work their way through various levels of difficulty. And as they do, the speed increases, more characters appear, and it becomes more difficult, just like playing a real video game. From mice to butterflies to fish, there's no shortage of characters in these games. But the themes are all the same: seek out and kill. A cat's drive to hunt is embedded in their DNA, and with this technology, they don't even have to step outside to get their fix. It plays on their prey drive, and it's a game the entire family can enjoy. As for the cats, it seems that all ages enjoy the game, from little kittens to adults. One cat app developer designed a game that tricks your cat into painting a kitty cat original paw painting. You can actually print it, frame it, and proudly put it on display, keeping your dog guessing who is really your favorite pet. A cat's claw is not hard enough to cut glass. However, they have been known to scratch the glass protector and leather cases, but don't worry, there is a solution.
So one thing people worry about with this game is getting the screen scratched, and it's a valid concern. Now, declawing has been the most common automatic response to scratching anything, but really it's an antiquated, horrible procedure, and there is a perfectly good option that we can show you here at the foundation. In fact, we're going to do it with Jordan here. They're called soft paws. Okay, so here's how you put them on. It's fairly simple. First thing we do is we clip the cat's nails. Quick clip, and then these are applied with a little bit of glue. Open it a little bit, put a tiny little bit of glue in there, and then we just put it on there. Those will last for up to 6 weeks. And at that point, your furniture, your legs, your kids, your iPad, whatever, has now a little rubber bumper. Much better alternative to declawing. None of the side effects that we see with declawing. Declawed cats bite, they have arthritis, they can't defend themselves in the real world. There's just a host of problems. These come off in 6 weeks, back to being a normal cat.
It's about finding a balance between allowing a cat to preserve its natural strengths and abilities while also thriving in a home and being part of the family. Do small dogs really live longer than big dogs? Yes, as heartbreaking as it can be, the larger the dog, the shorter the lifespan. Scientists believe it has something to do with certain growth hormones. Big dogs grow quickly because of the hormone, but continue to age quickly throughout their life, resulting in a shorter lifespan. And it's not only dogs. Large domestic cats don't live as long either. And today on It's All About the Breed, we'll find out about one of the largest breeds of domestic cats, the Maine Coon. the largest domestic cat and one of the oldest natural breeds. Story has it that when Marie Antoinette, the Queen of France, tried to escape France and come to America, she took along with her 6 of her favorite Turkish Angora cats. She didn't make it to the U.S., we all know what happened, but her cats did. They landed in Maine where they were bred with other short-haired breeds and developed what we now know as the Maine Coon. There's also a myth that the modern Maine Coon was descended from ancestors of feral domestic cats and raccoons. That story probably came about because the Maine Coon does look somewhat like a raccoon, but mating the two is genetically impossible. Of all the stories about how the Maine Coon came about, the most likely is that they were descendants of long-haired cats brought from overseas, possibly by Captain Charles Coon, and were mated with local domestic short-haired cats. The breed was quite popular in the 1800s, but began declining in the early 20th century with the rise in popularity among other breeds, notably the Persian. The breed was hardly seen for decades, and by the 1950s was thought to be almost extinct. To help the breed, a Maine Coon Club was formed and revitalized the popularity of the breed. It wasn't until the 1970s, though, that the breed was formally recognized. The Maine Coon has a gentle disposition, but is most notable for its size. That's why they're called the gentle giant. Males weigh from 13 to 18 pounds, females 8 to 12. They have a solid and muscular body and broad chest. Most cat breeds develop their full shape and size by 1 year, but the Maine Coon isn't fully developed until they are 3 to 5 years old. The biggest domestic cat ever recorded was a Maine Coon that was certified by the Guinness Book. Stewie measured 48.5 inches long from the tip of his nose to the tip of his tail. Their coats can be either medium or long-haired and are soft and silky, and some have a lion-like mane around their neck. Their undercoat isn't very heavy, which makes grooming them much easier than other long-haired breeds. They have heavily furred tails that they can wrap around themselves for warmth. Their toes are also heavily tufted. It gives them the ability to walk on top of snow despite their size. They come in chocolate, lavender, Siamese pointed patterns, and brown tabby. They sometimes have eyes of 2 different colors. Maine Coons are gifted with above-average intelligence. They're loyal, easy to train, and good around other cats, dogs, and children. They are very vocal and are known for howling and other loud vocalizations. Because of their size, they require higher protein and nutrients in their diet, but they are not tolerant to grain-based foods and can develop allergies from eating out of plastic bowls. As for health issues, Maine Coons are prone to heart disease and spinal muscular atrophy, a genetic disease which causes spinal nerve problems. Maine Coons can also suffer from hip dysplasia, which is more often seen in dogs. Their lifespan is approximately 12.5 years. And now you know all about the gentle giant, the Maine Coon cat. If you want a Maine Coon cat, the average price is $1,000. Seems expensive, right? But do you know what the most expensive cat breed is? The cost of a Maine Coon pales in comparison to the cost of a Persian, which can run you as much as $6,000. Some hybrid cats, like the Bengal, can fetch as much as $25,000. Now back to more Pets in Paradise TV. Lights, camera, action. Pet photographer Lonnie Sanders is preparing for her next photo shoot.
So I'm getting ready for my next shoot. It's a calendar shoot with a little dog named Angelo. I just got off the phone with his parents, Mark and Pablo, and we're about to transform the living room into a studio, and I think they're getting ready right now.
What is that? That's just for you. Angelo came into our lives about 8 years ago. He was actually one of the last dogs left because he was black. It's a thing that people discriminate against black dogs.
Angelo is a Chiweenie, a cross between a Chihuahua and a Dachshund, or wiener dogs as some folks know them.
This is like a prep school.
Kind of, yeah.
I understand Angelo has a few health issues and his time could be limited, so we really want to make the most of this shoot.
Angelo's owners wanted to really make this photo shoot special. They went all the way to LA to get him the finest doggy couture.
We went to Beverly Hills, West Hollywood, where we're spending money on our child. And at the end of the day, it's what makes him happy. And that's all that matters, is he's happy, he's enjoying life, he's loving life, and living life. And this is our way of doing it. We just got back from the trip.
Look at him. I can tell that they're just like this with Angelo.
Because he's such a special dog, he can range from either like a certain clothes, he can go from like a size small to a size large.
It depends on the time of the month. It depends if he's bloated or not. I mean, if he eats too much, drinks too much water.
They're really concerned about what Angelo looks like. They really want him to put his best paw forward, show his natural good looks, and I'm hoping to capture that today.
Oh, that is yours. It says Angelo on top. Look, baby.
He's like their human baby.
We looked into trying to harvest his sperm and whatnot, but I don't, I guess because of how old he is, they don't really know, I guess, if the sperm is gonna be viable.
But why not just let him breed?
Because I'm a protective father. I don't know. I guess it's like you're like the parent that you don't want your kids to have sex or something like that. It's a strange feel. I don't know. It's really strange. And you know, I mean, like, I hate to say it, but I don't know how clean other people's
dogs are.
And he's not just, and you know, he's not just a dog. He's not a regular dog.
Yeah.
One of the reasons why we decided to do the photo shoot, because he's always kind of been a ham. Angelo, don't mess up your clothes. In a sense, always, he loved to wear clothes and like to be in front of the camera all the time. He likes to be told he's good looking, he's handsome. We just thought that would be a fun way. And not only that, to really capture, I guess, and make memories. All right, ready?
Hi, how are you? Nice to meet you. Angelo is a brown Chiweenie.
Ready for your photo shoot?
So I have to keep in mind his small stature. So we're gonna have props that fit into that. It's much different than shooting a larger dog. We want to start with Paris. We want to keep our lights low to the ground. We're just eye level with him.
So we just got here and Lonnie is talking to us about backdrops, props. Just let her know.
Oh, that's beautiful.
When we first walked into the studio,
I'm gonna be back there.
we were surprised at how small
Sorry, I'm just gonna
the
move
place was,
this
but it
around.
worked.
A lot of people are surprised when they walk in my small space.
It was like Disneyland because the magic happened in there.
The thing is, I win them over with the images. When they walk away, they're happy.
You've never been nude on camera, yeah? You're so handsome.
Again, this photo shoot is for a calendar. 12 different looks are needed to cover the 12 months of the year.
Okay, let's do one more and then we're gonna do a change.
Lonnie's a pro. She does whatever it takes to get Angelo's attention and get the perfect shot.
Lonnie is making a whole bunch of noise. She's throwing spoons, and Pablo is in the background. He's jumping up and down behind her.
I really have to figure out what's gonna get the dog's attention and to look towards me.
There we go.
We sort of did all our squeaky toys and all of that, but when I took out spoons, and I don't know how I came up with that, but I started sliding spoons across the floor and I put them in my toes, and that made him look at the camera. For some reason that worked. I've never done it before, but you know, I might have to pull it out of my arsenal again. I'm gonna start carrying spoons.
I mean, when she does that, she makes Picassos. Seriously, that's what she does.
I had spoons in my toes.
So he's like a cowboy leprechaun.
Capturing beauty on camera does have its challenges.
Oh! That's a very sexy pose, Angelo.
There's just one more month left to cover, June. And as fun as this photo shoot has been for Angelo and his pet parents, Mark and Pablo, there's a serious message behind it and a lesson for all pet owners to learn. It's all about Angelo today as the Chiweenie becomes a calendar model for pet photographer Lonnie Sanders. Angelo definitely lives the high life, spoiled by his pet parents Mark and Pablo, but the smiles on their faces mask a difficult truth they're dealing with.
Another reason why we're doing the photo shoot is because Angelo was recently diagnosed with a heart disease.
Mark and Pablo brought Angelo in for his annual physical exam. Unfortunately, at that time, we found that Angelo has a heart murmur. So heart murmur is basically an abnormal heart sound. By doing an echocardiogram, which is an ultrasound of the heart, we were able to diagnose him with mitral valve disease.
I think there's a lot of fear whenever someone you love has health problems. It's because it's difficult to quantify, you don't know a lot of things, and no one can really tell you how long you have.
Mitral valve disease is the most common type of heart disease in dogs. It affects about 75% of dogs.
It is progressive, so as with humans, it does worsen over time, and we often monitor by doing echocardiograms or thoracic or chest x-rays.
Angelo is actually one of the lucky ones when it comes to dogs with this disease. Mark and Pablo always bring him in for an annual checkup. The disease was spotted early, giving doctors an advantage in treatment to prolong his life.
To us, we're a family. We might not be, I guess, the traditional family, but we're a family. And this is our son, and he means the world to us. And I'm gonna cry. Okay. I think that sometimes some people may laugh and think it's funny that he dresses up in clothes and he might not touch the ground and he has such a spoiled life. But to us, he deserves every bit. And, you know, especially for what he's going through, I think he deserves it even more. And I just want to say about us, we're not just, we're like, what are we? The Three Musketeers. Yeah. We're the Three Musketeers. That's who we are. We're together till the end. So that's how we look at ourselves.
Now is the time for the Three Musketeers to finish with Adventure with Lonnie. Time to wrap up their calendar with shots for the month of June.
Okay, we're good, and we'll do the beach. So I'm gonna take 5, then I'm gonna grab some stuff in the back to put on the boat. Like, I found this little boat, and I was so excited, and I wanted to use it for the shoot, and it's adorable. And I sent a picture of it to Mark and Pablo, and they're really excited, and so am I. Kind of a shipwreck theme.
The boat was actually a really great idea. We also wanted to do something that was themed. At the same time, him not having to touch the ground, you know, she took that into consideration. And so the boat was a great way to combine the theme and meet our needs. And it really came out well because it was like the Gilligan's Island or something like that.
Angelo!
Son! No! Son!
Mark is
oh, watch out!
Very particular about where Angelo steps foot.
Angelo can be a little rascal.
Angelo actually jumped out of the boat during the shoot, and he kind of freaked out.
Mark was so upset when Angelo jumped out from the boat because he, of course, is a very germophobic.
He's like, oh no, his paws are gonna get dirty. So he ran into the shot and put him back in the boat.
It kind of upset me a lot. I was really mad. I kind of wanted to just call it a day and just go home and give him a bath. That's how crazy I was, but keep on going because we were almost done.
But it worked out, it's all good. You know, that's what I want him to do anyway. They have to put him back in the scene on his mark. So it was great that he kept putting back in his mark.
Look at you.
That was it, that was it.
He was claiming like this is my land.
Like Christopher Columbus.
Thank you so much, I appreciate it.
Welcome.
That's so fun.
No, it was very fun.
Thank you.
Well,
Say thank you, Lonnie. Say thank you.
Pets are not self-conscious. They're just themselves. And it's real easy for me to see their beauty. They're not going to worry about if they're looking too fat or too old or there's a wrinkle over here. You know, it's real easy to capture their spirit. When they're happy and they show it. When they're sad, they show it, and they express their emotions without any insecurity. And I love that. I think I fall in love with every single one of my shoots.
It's a love that Lonnie shares with all pet owners who now get to delight in a forever memory of their furry loved one. With muscular, stocky frames, large heads, and what can sometimes be a fierce-looking face, pit bulls have a reputation of being the tough and sometimes bad guy in the canine world. But it wasn't always that way.
They historically are extremely good family dogs. They are loving, they're devoted, they're intelligent, they're very protective of their family and even children.
Who can deny the looks of a bull breed of any kind? They're the take no flack, I'm in charge, the world belongs to me, thanks for coming line of dogs.
It's a breed with a dark past. A cross between a bulldog and a terrier, pit bulls were initially bred to fight. The pups were used for blood sports like bull and bear baiting, then later in dog fights. But that was ages ago. Since the early 1900s, pit bulls have been welcomed into homes as family dogs.
They look scary, but they're actually really, really friendly.
Pit bulls are important to me because it's my family pet and they love my children, and it's not the breed, it's how you bring them up.
Just like humans, pit bulls, and any dog for that matter, need love and affection from an early age. And like humans, must be taught right from wrong.
Any dog can be trained or raised in an unsuitable environment that can bring out the worst in them. So pit bulls, it doesn't matter what the breed. You got little Cocker Spaniels that can be raised as killers. It's their environment and the people that are training them to do that job.
The love for pit bulls has grown so great over the years that some enthusiasts started their own dog breeder club called the American Bully Kennel Club, or ABKC. It came up with the standards of what makes an ideal pit bull.
When I'm judging, what I look for is nice size head pieces, bullier bodies. They tend to be a little bit wider, good top line, good angulation, good tails, good bite. Dogs have to be socialized. If a dog is human aggressive, they will be automatically excused.
Not only have pit bull lovers started their own club, but some have started their own breeds of so-called bullies.
Bully is shorter, wider, compactor dogs with bigger head, great structure, great muscle tone.
While they're bred to look mean, these dogs are nurtured and raised to be friendly. However, some people can't get past the looks or the dog's reputation and have actually tried to ban the dogs.
They want to take away our pit bulls from the island.
There is a bill SB 79, which is under trying to ban the pit bull breed from Hawaii.
We love pit bulls.
That measure didn't get far and never became law. Not only was there a lot of opposition from the public, getting rid of the dog breed out of Hawaii entirely would have been incredibly difficult.
As a police officer, if we don't have the training to distinguish the breeds, it would be unfair to take someone's family member or someone's pet and maybe they don't have 1 ounce of blood of pit bull.
The other thing giving pit bulls a bad rap is their bite. Some people believe if you get close to one, the dog will start biting, its jaw locking shut so you can't get away. This is completely false.
Not all pit bulls are raised to be fighting dogs, aggression. Our dogs are raised around our kids, our family. My 3-year-old daughter could basically walk Rockefeller to the kennel.
So while they may purposely look like mean, rough, tough guys, behind their outward appearance, pit bulls are just like any other dog. They just want to love and be loved in return. It seems only natural to give a cat milk, but you often hear that it's not a good idea. So which is it? The answer is probably not. The problem is lactose. Just as many humans are lactose intolerant, many cats are too. It seems that kittens can tolerate lactose just fine, but not as much as they grow older. Milk can cause upset stomachs, vomiting, and diarrhea. What cats do need, though, is plenty of water to prevent urinary and bladder infections. Playing outdoors is something all dogs love to do. From running in the grass to just sniffing around, it's what makes dogs, well, dogs. But this love of nature can put dogs at risk. The outdoors is home to many creatures, including insects. In this episode, we look at insect bites, how you can treat them, and the serious symptoms you need to look out for.
Bee stings, the most common things we'll see is the dogs will want to eat a bee, so they typically will have a swollen face. You know, they'll look like their eyes are all puffy and stuff. The areas around their face swell up. And that's the usual symptoms of a bee sting.
First thing you should know about insect bites is that they are common. And as you might guess, some types of bites are more likely to happen than others. Swelling is just one of the reactions a dog can have after being bitten or stung. Many symptoms show up within minutes of the bite. However, others could take a full day or sometimes even longer to develop.
This is Veda, and one day at the park she got bit by either a bee or a centipede. We took her to the vet right away because she's got all swollen and got welts all over her. They gave her a couple of shots, Benadryl and something else, and she was pretty much better in an hour.
Other types of insects can also cause problems. We do see centipede bites, scorpion bites, even certain spider bites like brown recluse spiders. It's pretty hard to tell what the bite is or what caused the bite when you look at it, but sometimes the other insect bites will cause redness, even turning blue kind of looking color, would tell us that perhaps the skin is starting to necrose or die, because some of the toxins that some of these insects, when they bite, can cause death of the tissue, and that can cause a chunk of skin to actually turn blue and actually die. And so we have to be very aggressive about treating some of those.
Because of the wide range of effects insect bites can have, it's important to know how to deal with this pesky situation and how to treat your pet properly. In some cases, the reactions may be so bad surgery is needed. Other times, the symptoms are mild, only causing inflammation and some pain.
We treat them with pain medications. We usually will also put the dogs on antibiotics for that.
If your dog does get bit or stung and you don't see any severe reactions, here are some tips to help your pet feel better. For bug stings, apply aloe vera gel to help soothe pain and burning. For bumps and sores, gently apply a mix of baking soda and water several times a day until the bumps go away. In more severe cases, doctors suggest you use over-the-counter Benadryl.
Breathing issues are fairly rare, although you will also see vomiting, because when the release of histamine from the insect bite and the reaction stimulates the vomiting centers of the brain.
Now you have a few tips to minimize the pain the next time your pup has an unfriendly encounter with a bug. And if you're ever unsure what to do, don't hesitate to call your vet. This is Hoku. He's a great runner. He loves to swim, and he's got a beautiful brindle-colored coat. Can you guess what breed he is? If you guess that Hoku is a mixed breed, you're right. He's actually a mix of 3 different breeds: Labrador Retriever, Greyhound, and American Pit Terrier. That accounts for his love of swimming, running, and his unique markings. Here's another dog that has very familiar markings. Today on It's All About the Breed, it's all about the Dalmatian. The first question most people have about the Dalmatian is, why is it always seen in fire trucks? Then the following question, why does it have those spots? Let's start with the fire truck. Dalmatians were first used to clear the way for horses that pulled the fire wagons. They were great with horses and ran alongside them for miles or ran under the carriage of the wagon. After horses were no longer used, Dalmatians were kept as mascots, a role that has stuck with them to this day. They're still considered the firehouse dog. Dalmatians in history date back to the 1700s. Although they were originally bred in England, they originated in Croatia, in a historic district called Dalmatia, where they were used as companions to nomadic tribes and as guard dogs. That characteristic follows them to this day. Dalmatians are still used as guard dogs and are very loyal to their owners and somewhat distrustful of strangers. We're all familiar as well with the Dalmatian as the star of popular books and movies. Dalmatians are fairly large dogs that grow to about 55 pounds, both male and female. Their lifespan is about 10 to 12 years. Litters can be big. It's not unusual for a Dalmatian to have up to 15 pups in a litter. Puppies are born without spots, but they start showing at about 3 weeks, and after a month they've usually got all their spots. The spots, by the way, are usually black or brown, and their coats are usually white, although they sometimes come in blue, brindle, or tricolored. Their coats are short, fine, and smooth. They tend to shed all year long, and their hair is stiff and often hard to get out of carpet, upholstery, and clothing. They need to be brushed at least weekly to reduce the amount of shedding. A good feature about their coat, though, is that they don't have that dog smell. That's because their coats have only a minimal amount of oil, which is what causes the dog smell. As for health issues, Dalmatians are a relatively healthy breed, but do have a tendency toward deafness, allergies, and urinary stones. Hip dysplasia isn't much of a problem with Dalmatians. Thinking back to when Dalmatians were used to run alongside fire wagons, they possessed, and still do, a high level of energy and stamina. That means they need lots of exercise. As puppies, they are very energetic and need lots of leadership and exercise. It's believed that up to half of the people who adopt Dalmatian puppies don't keep them past the first year. It's so much work. But those who stick it out through those hyperactive days end up with a very loyal, obedient, and trustworthy dog. And now you know all about the Dalmatian. You always hear that you shouldn't give a dog a chicken bone. Is that really something to worry about, or is it an old wives' tale? It turns out that chicken bones are bad for your dog. But it's not just chicken bones. The Food and Drug Administration says there are 10 reasons you shouldn't give any bones to dogs, including broken teeth, mouth and tongue injuries, bones getting stuck in the esophagus, the stomach or intestines, and causing internal bleeding. The FDA says it's a better idea to buy chew toys and play it safe. Hawaii has a significant feral chicken population, and one of those chickens is a rooster named Bruce. Unfortunately, Bruce got into some trouble and hurt his leg. But thanks to some human and canine help, Bruce turns out to be one lucky rooster. In this story, we'll follow Bruce through his diagnosis, his surgery, and his recovery.
2 weeks ago or so, Daisy, who lives here at the nursery, she's a small pit bull mix, she found Bruce down in the road in the bushes, and turns out he has a broken leg.
It's not clear how Bruce received the injury to his leg. A lot of times, feral chickens are hit by cars, the victims of dog attacks, or by people trying to kill them.
So at first, he could barely stand up. We took him to the vet because we weren't sure what to do, and she told us that he either had to be put down or get his legs fixed up, or else he wouldn't be able to really limp around at all. And since he's a feral chicken, we thought, well, we'll see what happens, see if he gets better. He did get a little better, but his leg isn't going to be better.
Wanting to do the right thing, Emily and her friends sought help from a local bird group and collected donations. Enough money to get the surgery that Bruce needed to fix his leg and be able to survive. Which leads us to Dr. Walsh at Feather and Fur, an animal hospital in Kailua, Oahu, that specializes in treating birds of all kinds.
So today we'll be working on Bruce, who's a wild chicken that was hanging out at an orchard and was rescued by one of the people who worked there and had known him for most of his life. He apparently got shot by a pellet and had his leg broken. So we're going to try and fix his leg today. All right, we're going to give Bruce some butorphanol and midazolam to help cover for pain and make him less anxious for the procedure. So we're going to inject this into his pectoral muscle.
So Bruce is getting a little sleepy. He's closing his eyes, starting to bend his knees down a little bit, getting to a hunch. So pretty soon he should be fully sedated and we'll start surgery.
Birds are much more delicate than mammals, so when it comes to anesthesia, it's more difficult to sedate birds, and different methods and drugs are used than are used with mammals. Sadly, even with the best anesthetics, they often don't make it through surgery.
This x-ray shows Bruce's fracture. Essentially, this bone piece should connect to that piece, and instead it's displaced over here. It should look just like this bone right here. If you imagine this is the break, right now the two bones are sitting like this. So what we're gonna have to do is break down some of the scar tissue and try and realign the bones. But because this is an old fracture, we may not be successful in doing that. If we are, then we're gonna use a pin that we're gonna put inside the bone to help stabilize it and keep it in its proper position.
The delicate surgery is over, but Bruce isn't out of the woods yet. He'll be kept in a warm chamber while the sedation wears off. He'll be monitored for any signs of trouble until he wakes up and is able to stand on his own.
He's starting to wake up a little bit more. He's getting more stable and more alert, so I'm happy with how he's progressing. So we're gonna just set you back down here, buddy. Keep resting. So it's the day after Bruce's surgery, and we're gonna check him out and see how he's doing today. He's holding his leg much more comfortably, so we're gonna take a look at him and see how it's looking. All right, so his incision looks pretty good. It's got some bruising like as expected, but the leg is holding it nice and steady in place, so we're happy with how he's doing. All right, so we can see he's still a little bit sensitive, but he's able to put some weight on his leg now, so we're happy with how he's progressing. And hopefully, if he continues to heal up, he'll be walking really well in a couple weeks and be able to have increased activity in a month.
A month has gone by, and Bruce is now ready for the move to his new home and family on the windward side of Oahu. Le Jardin Academy has a garden where students are taught organic farming. This beautiful garden is what Bruce will now call home, and where he'll live out his life.
Okay, this is actually a dog kennel. So it's built to keep in rather large dogs. So I think it should be able to hold Bruce the rooster all right. And it's got just a netting on the top so the birds don't get in and eat his feed.
So we've had Bruce since the end of July when we found him. We've been taking care of him at my house and at the plant nursery I work at. He did really well. He got better from his leg surgery. But then a couple weeks ago he got an infection, so we had to get him well again. But now finally he's set to go to his new home. Bruce has a good view of some chicks over here, and there's some hens over there.
So, oh, he's getting quite excited. He's listening to the talk of lunch. So, he'll just live out his time down here.
So I guess this is the end of the journey for me and Bruce. Hopefully he'll live here forever. This is his retirement home. So I'll just come visit him occasionally and see how he's doing.
Hi, my name is Kyle Kanisher. I'm the tennis pro here at the Honolulu Country Club. I got a nickname of Dr. Doolittle over here, so we're gonna go ahead and show you how I got my name.
The fictional Dr. Doolittle had a gift of talking to animals, and so it is with Kyle. He also shares in the doctor's love for all animals, even those that many people think of as pests.
This is Itchy over here. She's one of my favorite mongoose that I come and make sure that she gets a meal for her and her family. So I think right now she has some babies, so she eats like maybe 1 or 2 cans of this Vienna sauce. Itchy boy?
Mongoose were brought to Hawaii in the 1800s to help cut down on rats in the sugar plantations. But instead of catching rats, they preyed on native birds, making them an unwanted newcomer in the islands. Still, in Kyle's eyes, they're a creature that needs to be cared for, just like the many other unofficial residents of the golf course.
This is Daphne over here. I've been taking care of her since 1997. She's one of my favorites over here, and I always try to make sure that she's well taken care of. Unfortunately, one of her eyes got infected, and apparently she's blind in one eye, so I'm trying to nurse her, make sure that she's good, and she's good to go, and hopefully she'll be okay living out here at the Honolulu Country Club.
Even the animals that are known to scatter when approached by humans seem to flock to Kyle.
Come on, buddies.
Before he pulls out the bread, these mynah birds are already circling Kyle for their daily treat.
This is the mongoose call. They normally respond to this thing. Come here, buddy. Here. There you go. Then the mynah birds, they yell and scream to let everybody know that there's a predator around over here. But there's a baby mongoose over there. Cute, yeah? I play here golf every other week, sometimes every week, and you know, I don't like it when I see animals suffering and all that. So I tend to take care of these guys, and plus I'm one of the workers over here, so I have the privilege to come on the course and feed all these animals, take good care of them, and take them to the vet or anything. And that's why a lot of people tell me I'm the Dr. Doolittle over here, but I enjoy it, you know, especially when they come up to you and they respond to you, and you know, it's unconditional love over here. So this is Blackie. He's a black and white duck that I've been taking care of for almost, 15 years already. Loves to eat his rice. You know, animals know when you're doing good things for them, yeah? And it's a special thing.
Kyle's work with the animals helps to build on the beauty of the Honolulu Country Club. Golfers get to enjoy the picturesque surroundings and watch the animals enjoy their day too. And there's another group of animals to help here.
That's Big Boy over here. Come on, Big Boy. Come on. He's my favorite cat over here. Come on, boy. So I put this pink collar on him to make sure that everybody knows that this is somebody's cat. But he always comes to me, and he's very friendly too, but apparently not everybody gets to touch him.
In addition to feeding the cats, Kyle works hard to round them up and get them spayed and neutered. The cats also have a job here. They keep the rats out, so they earn their keep.
All right, and there you know, that's why they call me Dr. Doolittle over here.
You might have heard that a dog will poop in only one direction. You might have even noticed this behavior with your dog when you've been out for a walk. Is that just an old wives' tale, or is it true? Believe it or not, dogs do tend to poop in one direction. More specifically, they align themselves with the Earth's north-south axis. According to new research, dogs preferred to go potty when their bodies are either facing north or facing south. Most avoid facing east or west altogether. The reason for this behavior still isn't clear, but it points out that a dog is able, either consciously or subconsciously, to detect the Earth's magnetic field. They aren't the only ones that can do that. Scientists have long known that birds migrate according to the Earth's magnetic field. As for dogs, this discovery may also answer the question as to why a dog often spins around before going poo. Welcome back to Pets in Paradise TV. There are more than 500 dog breeds, ranging from the world's smallest, the Chihuahua, to the mighty Great Dane. Our goal is to pick one and learn all about it in It's All About the Breed. Today, it's all about the pit bulls. It's a common misconception that the pit bull is a breed. Actually, pit bull is a term used to describe several different breeds, including the American Pit Bull Terrier, the American Staffordshire Terrier, the Staffordshire Bull Terrier, and the American Bully. Sometimes included are the American Bulldog and the Bull Terrier, both standard and miniature. The term pit bull is used to describe dogs that have similar physical characteristics, including square-shaped heads and bulky bodies. The pit bull breeds were originally a mix of bulldogs and terriers and were bred for blood sports such as bull baiting, bear baiting, and cockfighting. The mix has incredible agility and strength. Blood sports were outlawed in England in 1835, and pit bulls were then bred mostly for hunting dogs and as family pets. Although dogfighting has continued secretly in both the US and Great Britain, and some dogs are still bred for that purpose. The pit bull type dogs became synonymous with fighting and aggression, and in 1996, the San Francisco SPCA began calling them St. Francis Terriers so people would be more likely to adopt them. In 2004, New York City's Center for Animal Care and Control started calling them New Yorkies, but that didn't work either. Pit bulls have also been singled out as a dangerous dog, responsible for the majority of human deaths in cases of dog attacks. And some communities have even banned pit bull breeds, including Miami, Denver, Ontario, Canada, and Singapore. Research, however, has shown that pit bulls are getting an unfair rap. The American Veterinary Medical Association doesn't believe that pit bull breeds are as deadly and dangerous as their reputations would lead you to believe, nor does the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, which opposes bans or legislation restricting breeds. Even the White House has chimed in. In 2013, President Obama issued a statement saying that the federal government does not support breed-specific legislation. A number of myths have also surfaced as a result of their poor reputation. One is that they have locking jaws. The truth, however, is that their jaws are built the same as any dog. The locking reputation is simply the fact that pit bulls have great strength and even greater determination to not let go. Another myth is that they are aggressive toward humans. That's not the case, unless they've been purposely trained to attack humans. In general, pit bulls love people and are friendly and loyal companions. Pit bull puppies are incredibly cute, and if they're raised in a loving and disciplined manner, like any dog, they'll grow up to be great household pets. In fact, pit bulls generally don't make good guard or watchdogs because they're too friendly. In England, the United Kennel Club considers pit bulls as the perfect nanny dog for children because of their friendly nature. Perhaps times are changing, and these adorable puppies will have a chance to change the negative attitudes about them. And now you know all about pit bulls. All cat owners know that when a cat meows, it wants something. A bowl of food, a simple treat, or just some loving. But when cats are alone with other cats, what do they mean when they meow? When cats are alone with only other cats around, what do they want when they meow? Well, it's a trick question because cats don't meow when they're not around humans. It seems that the meow is learned behavior. Early on, as kittens, they find out that a meow can bring dinner or a snack, or a scratch behind the ears. Then, throughout their life, they know exactly what to say, or rather what to meow, when they want something. Researchers have identified a number of common reasons why cats meow. They do it to greet people, to get attention, to request dinner, or to be let in or out of the house. Some cats have a different meow for each of their requests. It's said seeing is believing. But for Joy, she needs to believe in her dog to see the world around her.
My guide dog's name is Laika, and we've been together for 3 years now, since 2008. I received her from the Eye of the Pacific Guide Dogs Foundation, and they purchased their dogs from Australia and New Zealand.
Laika is trained to guide Joy to wherever she wants to go, in a manner that's as safe as possible, avoiding any obstacles in their way.
But instead of turning right at that pathway, if you were to turn straight, you would end up. When Joy wants to go to a new location, she'll contact me, we discuss where she wants to go. I'll go ahead, check out a route, establish a route that's safe and feasible for Joy and her guide dog, Laika.
Shirley walks with Joy to make sure Laika is taking the right path. It may take once or it may take many times before Laika can do it without Shirley being there. And aside from being Joy's leader, Laika is also a finder.
Laika will find different locations for me, such as offices, stores, bus stops. She'll find elevators, escalators, stairs. When I'm asking her to find a door, such as when we're going to an office, I'll say, okay, locate the door, and she'll automatically stop at the first door she comes to.
Laika is a beautiful, affectionate, very fun dog, and it's very difficult but very important that I ignore her when we're working together. I need to make sure not to be a distraction to Laika and for her to focus on her job, which is to guide Joy. So no petting, no looking at her even, no eye contact, no touching, no hugging, no talking with her. I just have to completely ignore her while we're working.
While Shirley's experience with Laika is completely hands-off, Joy's partnership with Laika is quite the opposite. Even the slightest touch or movement has a very specific meaning.
There's a sensitivity that I'm feeling to the handle, and the movements that I'm feeling is all coming to the handle. So I'm moving in accordance to how my hand is feeling through the harness handle. As you saw, the handle came up a little bit, so I knew she was heading down. Now we're going straight across, and the handle is going to drop down to indicate she's going up. So through the handle, I'm feeling what I'm doing. Relationship with a guide dog is different from a relationship with a family dog. The bonding is a little stronger, and it's a little more in tune to one another, like as far as the human to the dog and the dog to the human. Well, mostly the dog can sense what it is you're feeling, and also too, the human can also sense what the dog sometimes is feeling, but it's a little sharper on the dog side. The hardest part after working together for 10 years is when the dog has to retire. So at that point, I make sure that she goes to a very good home. The guide dog travel for me was safer because for me, using the white cane wasn't a very good method of travel. I was a terrible cane traveler, so when I started using the guide dog, I became more independent. It helped with my confidence working with the dog, so for me it was a more beneficial way of travel.
It'll be many years before Joy and Laika have to part ways, but for now, it's about living in the moment and exploring the world around them together. When you think of the sport of agility, running and jumping dogs usually come to mind. But roll over, Rover, there's a new player in town. Cats are taking over the agility course.
Right now they do their stretches and they get ready to play.
But this is more than just play. It takes practice on both the part of the pet and the owner.
Cat agility is a form of sport that your cat can participate in, a lot like a dog agility course.
So how does it work? Owners help their cat through a room of obstacles. The animals get points for every obstacle they complete, and the faster they complete the course, the better the score. And it doesn't take a special breed to be good at it.
Well, if you want a cat specifically to do feline agility, it can actually be just about any cat. It needs to have the personality where they feel safe in an atmosphere outside the house.
Before hitting the course, it helps to get your cat out and about. Take them to the pet store or anywhere that allows pets. Exposing them to other sights and sounds can help put them at ease and strengthen your bond. Both are needed when you face the unknown obstacles of the agility course. But how do you know if your cat is ready?
Today we're going to take Casper in and do a little bit of practicing and training on the agility course and see how he likes it.
Has he ever done agility before?
Nope.
No, okay, so what you want to do is you want to take him in the ring, and you're going to sit down in the middle and relax, and your body language is going to teach him basically what he needs to know. If they feel safe, then they'll play. If they don't feel safe, they won't respond to a toy.
Getting through the course all goes back to animal instincts. Cats want to get their prey, and a little teasing from a toy can help stir those instincts. You want to pick a toy that will keep your cat's interest for a long time. Got a fickle cat? Add a bell to the toy. That will keep more of your cat's senses engaged.
Keep going. Good. Now keep going. And wait. Good, you got him. Keep going. Wait. When he stops, you stop.
In-shape cats do well when it comes to agility, but cats with some extra weight are just as welcome to the course.
A little bit further.
Physical shape is just part of what makes a cat great at the sport of agility.
Good, keep going.
Well, I learned that he needs to have his attention focused or he won't chase it. And he's more distracted than the other cat by things that are going on around him. He's got a lot more work to do. So we will practice more at home.
My name's Rebecca, and I'm here with my cat Lennox. This is his first time doing an agility course, although he's done a lot of cat shows before, but never agility.
The sport of agility for cats has been around since 1995, with the first competition in 2001. Since then, competitions have been held around the U.S. and Canada, with other countries showing interest as the sport grows in popularity.
He's not doing so badly for the first time, but he doesn't really get the point of the obstacles. He just wants to go around them and take the easy way.
Okay, this is Panther. He's one of the adoptables here at the Pet Expo. He's 7 months old. He's never been in an agility ring in his life. And we're giving him now what all cats need to do before they start doing anything is the walking around time. They have to smell everything and see where they are and be comfortable.
Unlike dogs, which are pack animals and are first drawn to their pack master when they get to a new place, cats are the opposite. They seek to discover the environment first, which can make it difficult for an owner to lead their cat through the course.
Come on, Panther. Okay, now, good boy. Good boy, come on, through.
Now that he's become more familiar with his surroundings, let's see how Panther does.
Oh my God, he's doing great. Good boy. Come on, good boy, come on.
You can hear her saying it, "good boy," over and over. That's not just out of joy. Repeating phrases can help a cat through the course. It helps your cat know if they're doing the right thing. Saying through, jump, or around can help your cat know what to do.
Good boy, come on up. This is the weave poles. Well, they're little weave jumps. Come on. Oh my God, he might do a clean run on his first time. That'd be pretty remarkable. Come on. Okay, come on, Panther. Come on, Panther. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, Panther. Come on. Come on, Panther. Come on, Panther. Yay! A clean run on his first time around. I can't believe it.
Panther was the exception here. For many cats, it takes a lot of work with their owner to get through the course in a clean run. But with lots of practice and an interesting toy, any cat can become an agility course champion. The Hawaiian Islands are the most geographically isolated landmass in the world. People travel thousands of miles to view the rugged coastlines, relax on the beautiful beaches, swim in the crystal clear waters, and enjoy the year-round sunny weather. But that wasn't what drew 2-year-old Eloise and her family.
I mean, she could have went to Disneyland, Disney World, Alaska, you know, wherever, but she chose to come here. So we're really honored and, you know, we're honored.
We loaded up all 6 kids and we had to fly on 2 different planes to get here.
6 kids on a small confined airplane. I'll let you guess what that was like.
We rented 2 Jeeps so we could drive around because we won't all fit in one car.
And today was kind of the big day for us and for Eloise because this whole trip was about getting Eloise over to surf with Kama, the surfing pig.
And this is just the perfect way to end our week.
Can you make a pig noise? Kama loves to do things for the kids. So when Eloise contacted us on Facebook and wanted her one and only wish was to meet Kama the surfing pig and watch him surf, we had to do all we could to help make it happen.
So Eloise has acute lymphoblastic leukemia.
ALL for short.
It is one of the most curable forms of childhood pediatric cancer.
A 95% success rate, 95% incident-free treatment.
She is currently in the last phase of treatment. We are scheduled to finish treatment on August 13th, 2017.
So there's a 95% chance that she'll just go straight through all the treatment and everything will go great and she won't ever have a relapse.
When surfing the net, Eloise came across a surfing pig.
She just wants to watch it over and over again.
Kama the pig could always put a smile on her face.
And if she's sick from chemo, she asks to watch Kama. And if she's having a rough day, she wants to watch Kama. If she's trying to get out at bedtime, she asks to watch Kama.
And finally, the moment she's been waiting for. After 4,000 miles, 2 plane rides, many chemo treatments, and lots of tears, Eloise and her family is meeting the pig that has brought joy to them all.
So it's been fantastic for her to watch Kama for the last year and a half, and finally today get to meet him in person and pet him and feed him grapes and just spend the afternoon hanging out with the pig who got her through the worst things of her life.
Ellie, come up. Oh, Eloise loves pigs. Anytime she sees something that's got a pig on it, we have to buy it for her. She has piles of pig stuffed animals. We had to buy her a pig pineapple at the Dole plantation.
Yeah, and after the surf session, we caught one all the way in, and what did Ellie have waiting for Kama? Kama's favorite treat, grapes. Nice and sandy ones. Kama loves grapes.
Eloise enjoyed a carefree day crawling and playing on the beach with Kama, the kind of childhood memory that her parents would give anything for her to have.
We just decided that we couldn't tell her no, and we whipped out the credit card because with 1 income and 6 children and leukemia, you just can't afford a week-long trip to Hawaii at the last minute. We're looking at probably over $10,000 just to get Ellie out to swim and surf with Kama. But for us, it was worth it just to see the smile on her faces and to know that this is just probably the happiest she's been in the last year and a half, and that's why we did it. She's just had the time of her life today, and I truly don't think there's anything that we'll be able to do in the future that will top what today has meant for her.
Her favorite thing in the world is pigs, so she really wanted to meet Kama the surfing pig, and we really wanted to meet her. She's such a special baby.
And Kama is such a special pig. His courage to do what most animals cannot, and his carefree ability to ride the waves of life has served as an inspiration to many. And Eloise's parents are convinced that laughter and aloha are the best medicine.
We check Eloise's blood counts all the time because that gives us a really good view into her body and into what the leukemia is doing to her. And it's been fantastic to see that every time we've gone in recently, her blood counts are getting higher and higher and higher. And that means her body is battling this. And the only thing that's changed is the anticipation of meeting Kama. So now that we've been here and we've experienced Hawaii and we've experienced Kama and the generosity and the aloha spirit here, this is just going to carry over through the rest of her treatment and just really give her that last final push to stay strong through all of the stuff she has coming up. She has 1 more surgery to have her port removed. And then we have a lot of unknowns. You know, if she spikes a fever, we end up in the hospital. She might end up with more blood or platelet transfusions. And so being able to go back to this moment in this beach and remember the time that we were here is going to be what she needs to keep going to battle and really fight through the last of this leukemia.
This is getting to see the smile on Ellie's face today. Just getting to watch her as she got to watch the pig and feed the pig some grapes. This has just been the perfect end to this vacation. It's been amazing.
Because of their ever so stylish haircuts, poodles are easily recognizable. But how did these hairstyles develop? Why the pom-poms on their tails and the bows on their heads? The reason is not just for style, but for practicality. Poodles are water retrievers, and in the early 1600s, European breeders realized they could swim better if they didn't have so much heavy wet fur on their bodies. So they were shorn to keep them afloat easier. Some areas, though, like on the chest, head, and ankles, tufts of fur were left to keep their joints warm. Top knots were used to keep the hair out of their eyes while swimming. Bows were added so that owners could identify their dogs during competitions. The fancy poodle cuts today are no longer out of necessity, but are simply a tradition that has continued through the years. And now let's learn about another breed, the Boxer. If you get the chance to hang out with a litter of Boxer puppies, you're gonna fall in love. These little guys are about the cutest puppies you can imagine, and you know you want one. They romp, they play, they sometimes look happy, sometimes concerned, sometimes they just look puzzled. The good news is that with some love and proper training, these little guys will grow up to be great pets. According to the American Kennel Club, in 2015, Boxers were the 10th most popular breed, up from 8th the year before. They came from Germany originally, bred as working dogs back in the 1800s, then later spread across Europe and eventually to the United States after World War I. Their ancestors were from what is now an extinct breed that may have been crossed with a Mastiff, a Bulldog, possibly a Great Dane, and maybe even a Terrier. They were working dogs used as bull baiting dogs and were the first breed to be used as police dogs. Boxers are fairly large, most about 1'9" to 2 feet tall, with males weighing from 65 to 80 pounds and females 50 to 65. They have a lifespan of 10 to 12 years. Boxers have a distinctly square-shaped head and a blunt muzzle. Their ears fold over naturally, but traditionally have been cropped to stand erect until that practice went out of favor. Their coats are short and they shed moderately. Most are a deep fawn color, some are brindle, and a few are even white. In the personality department, they're intelligent, high-energy dogs who like to be in company of their owners and stay busy. They're good watchdogs and are alert to strangers. When outside, though, they should always be on a leash because they have a history of chasing other dogs and cats. As for health issues, Boxers are prone to certain types of cancer, including brain tumors, and white Boxers are prone to skin cancer. Heart conditions are also common, as is hip dysplasia. One thing to keep in mind about Boxers, they are susceptible to heat stroke more than other breeds. They need to be kept cool. They're good with children, although maybe a little too rambunctious for toddlers, and they get along fine with other pets in the house except other dogs of the same sex. Because they were bred as working dogs, Boxers are strong-minded and need to be handled in an upbeat, persuasive manner. If you try to force them to do something they don't want to do, they might just sit down and refuse to budge. Even more so if you try to jerk them around. To recap, the Boxers' good traits include being friendly, playful, energetic, and good with children, and generally with other pets. They require little grooming and aren't prone to too many serious physical problems. Unfortunate traits, Boxers have a fairly short lifespan and are known for snorting, wheezing, snoring, drooling, and yes, flatulence. And now you know all about the Boxer. As you can see, Boxers have big tongues. But some dogs, no matter what the breed, often leave their tongues hanging out all the time. Do you know what that's called? When a dog leaves his tongue out all the time, it's called hanging tongue syndrome. It's usually not a serious problem, and vets are not sure why it happens. But sometimes their tongues get dry and cracked and prone to infections. Another condition is called macroglossia, or big tongue. It can occur in any breed and is a much bigger health threat. When a horse is in trouble, Bettina Parker and her team at Equine 808 get the call.
Okay guys, we just got a phone call a little while ago regarding a colt. The foster parent of this colt called. I'm not sure exactly of all the details.
The team gathers up to go down in person to really see what's going on.
We're heading out to go pick up a colt. I'm just gonna gather up some gear that we'll need and pack up the truck and we'll head out.
Hi, this is Bettina. Hi, I just want to let you know that we are on our way with the trailer and my team. Okay, are you at home? Okay, we should be there shortly.
Now on site, the team immediately gets to work.
Hi, Bettina. Hi, nice to meet you. Where's the colt at?
He's right here in the end stall, looking at you.
All right, let's go take a look and see what we got.
He had some issues when he came to us. He was malnourished, and his face was off.
What we just learned about Hank was that he was born out in pasture, and his mother had died probably when he was about a month old. Because he didn't have the protection of his mother out there in pasture, he probably was trying to nurse off of other mares. Maybe there were some other geldings out there that didn't like him much, and he got kicked in the eye. And they found him with his face real swollen, and it seems like he may be permanently blind in that eye.
Hank's injury is severe, but Equine 808 can help.
So I think we're going to go ahead and take him into our program and see what we can do for Hank.
Okay, so what we're going to do today is we're going to try to transport Hank to our ranch. But first thing I need to do is kind of assess Hank's behavior. I'm not so much concerned with his eye, just the natural behaviors of a horse. So what I like to do is I like to get myself in the same environment as the horse and see how he reacts to my presence.
Christopher Mizio is what's called an equine behavior specialist.
Hank being a colt, he's going to be really curious, wanting to be with herd. His natural herd instinct will want him to gather with me. This is all good behavior, normal for a horse. Being a colt, he's going to be naturally friendly, kind of want to bite, nip, maybe kick, treat me like a horse.
Christopher looks at Hank's social strengths and weaknesses. Being neglected at a young age can have a strong impact on horses, but Hank is very friendly.
Looks like Hank's good with his back feet. That's just playfulness there. He just wants to play a little bit. What makes Hank dangerous is probably this eye. The fact that he can't see me right here, he's trusting his ears. So if I go behind him where he can't see, he's trying to track me with his good eye, and I touch him there, he's gonna startle. If I go to this side, he can track me with that eye, and it's not as dangerous. See, he doesn't flinch.
Christopher will use a combination of touch exercises and positive reinforcement to help Hank.
With a horse that can't see, you gotta be really fluid with your movements. Like I was showing you, when I touch his butt, if he doesn't know it's coming on his blind side, he'll startle.
The team now needs to take Hank to their headquarters to begin the training. First, Hank needs to be haltered, something he's never gone through.
All I'm trying to do is let him be calm here while I'm holding him, teaching him that everything that we do here isn't dangerous. His first instinct's gonna be to fly and get away because he's too young to fight. So there, Hank's haltered. This is his first haltering experience, so pretty well. Went pretty well. So we're ready to trailer him, I think. What I need you to do is go ahead and pull the trailer forward so we make a fluid motion right into the trailer.
The next step is to move Hank into the trailer, another thing completely foreign to the young horse.
Okay, Bettina, what I'd like you to do is open that gate.
Is Christopher's bond with Hank strong enough to keep him from running away? Now it's the true test to see if Hank will follow him to the trailer.
Okay, Bettina, what I'd like you to do is open that gate. And it's important that we just continue to walk forward in that trailer, never looking back at him, so that he has a solid lead horse to follow. So like I said, I never want to look back at him, giving him any reassurance of what he's spooked about. I'm going to continue just to walk and know that he's going to follow.
Christopher's strong lead helps Hank's first transition go smoothly.
So that went about as good as it could. It's important that I go in here with him to show that this is a safe place. I know that he already trusts me because of how we are interacting in the stall.
Now Hank is off to his new home at Equine 808. There, the team will care for him and his injury, work to improve his coordination, and train him to be safe around people so he can be successfully adopted out. The whole process could take up to 2.5 years.
So I think the story checks out because it's natural for him, if his mom did die when he was quite young, to look for another source of milk. And if he went to a mare or even a stallion that wasn't his, they'd naturally kick out.
There's lots of excitement as Hank arrives at Equine 808, and already there's some curious onlookers.
So the plan is, when we get him, we're going to put this horse, who is about a year old, in with him. So he'll have a little buddy.
This horse has never backed out of a trailer. He's a little unsure. I'm going to give him a little helpful hand here. Now is the first time he's ever backed out of a trailer.
While the team will teach Hank many of his new skills, just being around other horses will help too. These guys were eager to check out the new guy.
As you can see, he's a new guy, so the other horses want to see what he's all about. Go ahead and shut the gate. When I let him go, he'll probably turn, kick, and run off that direction. Or where he wants to be is with these other horses.
Oh, look at him go.
With no problem meeting new horses, Hank meets his pasture mate.
This is Flash. She's about a year and a half old. So far, a good introduction. They'll get more and more interested in each other.
Well, now that you can see Hank back here at our place, he's actually got a little friend now. Before, he was in a little, probably 12 by 12 stall, didn't have any other horse contact around, didn't even know that he's a horse. Now he's got a playmate, he's got all this room to run. I think Hank is really going to settle down really nice in here. He's going to have some nice training, a lot of people that's going to be interacting with him, and he already looks happier to me. And I think his rehabilitation process is going to be just awesome. So this is what we do here. We actually rehabilitate these horses, and eventually Hank will be a good horse for somebody one day.
From a rough beginning, struggling on his own, Hank still has a long way to go, but the future is looking bright.
I'm Allie,
I'm Mike.
and we help dogs lose weight. This is Lonnie, and she has had Lucky from a puppy, about 4 years old now, and her husband passed away and left her with what was a little puppy who grew into this mammoth pit bull. I am taking away your boy.
Lockie is a Great Dane bull, which is a mix between an American Pit Bull Terrier and a Great Dane. A healthy weight for this breed is in the 80-pound range, but he's pushed the scales to about 120 pounds.
It's very difficult for me to walk him because he's pulling me all over the place, and one time walk with him and then he pulled me and I couldn't hold him because he's big.
We are working to bring him back down into the 80s, and the weight loss boot camp, our 5-day intensive exercise and weight program, is aimed to bring him back into his 80-pound happy range where he can be a healthy, fit dog again.
When Ellie took him to the boot camp, I was so excited, I was so nervous. I said, this is the first time that he's going to part from me. I've never been away from me for 4 years, so I was kind of worried at that time, very excited. So when she sent me this picture, he was swimming in the ocean, and he looked so happy.
Obesity rates in pets are increasing nationwide. Studies show that more than 54% of dogs are obese, which leads to other health problems such as arthritis, diabetes, cancer, and ultimately impacts their lifespan.
Today is day 1 for Lucky's weight loss boot camp, and today he weighs in at 119.5 pounds.
Yeah, our work is really cut out with Lucky.
Our policy is to just try to keep the dog moving all the time and have fun and sell it to the dog as a fun activity. We just do activities all day long with them. One of our favorite places to take the dogs is the sandbar. It's a great place. We can let them off the leash even if we don't know them that well because they're in a confined area. There's really nowhere they can go to.
It's a very low impact, high resistance where the dogs are walking generally chest deep water. We do jogging, walking, we throw toys between us, so it's a really massive workout. Our plan for Lucky is to bring his weight from 120 pounds down into the 80 range. He is fed and cooked food, which is not appropriate for a dog, like grilled cheese sandwiches.
But when he returns home, he returns to his old habits.
He used to go to the kitchen and smell, and then wait until I give him. Otherwise, he just sit there and just stay there. Yeah, he loves food, yeah.
Just like weight loss for humans, 90% is what you eat. And Lucky is definitely breaking his diet.
And so we want to make sure that we are teaching Lonnie the appropriate foods to feed him and get the weight off of him in a slow and a safe manner so that he can maintain the weight loss.
Before I feed him like 3 scoops a day, but Ellie said now 1 scoop is enough or half a scoop because he must be hungry or something, but he's not hungry. He just loves to eat. So I try to make him, you know, an ideal weight so it's much more healthier and much more fun too, and easy for me to walk too. When it's not too big, yeah. Good boy.
We also like the hike because the hike takes them to a different environment that's more natural for them, and it's shady and it's cool and polluted water so they can cool off in the water. It's really unstable ground, so they're always trying to have to use these muscles to stabilize themselves.
It also helps their minds for troubleshooting, to figure out how they're getting up and down off rocks and around roots and various situations they wouldn't normally face. In the hikes that we are going to, leptospirosis is a problem, and we want the dogs to be able to drink the water and enjoy it. So it is important to make sure your dogs are up to date with their shots. Lucky is totally up to date with his, so he's ready to go.
And we also like the beach. The beach is a great place for exercising your dog. It's the water, playing in the waves, being knocked over by the waves and having to recover from that. They're using, again, different muscle groups that they're probably not using just laying around the house and eating grilled cheese sandwiches.
And walking in the sand provides more resistance than walking on a hard surface. So it's a great workout that helps develop different tendons, ligaments, and muscles.
Part of our regimen with Lucky is weekly walks. We go twice a week, and we take him for hour-long walks each time. And on days that we get there, quite often he is extremely lethargic and has to be coaxed on his feet so that he'll get walking. And once he's going, he's fine, but that's just because he's generally a couch potato in his own environment.
I notice he's a lot better now that he's lost 7 pounds. When I pick him up, he's a little more ready to go.
Yeah, definitely.
Lucky loves the feeling of being more weightless in the water. Swimming is another great aerobic activity that's low impact and high resistance.
So this is day 5, and Lucky is complete with his boot camp, and we have gone from 119.5 pounds to 113 pounds. We are hoping that with education that we've given Lonnie, that she will be able to maintain and continue his weight loss.
Before he went to boot camp, he weighed 118 pounds. And on Monday, after the boot camp, he came back, he weighed only 113 pounds, lost 5 pounds in a few days. That's a lot of weight, yeah.
Dogs, as well as most mammals, have fur to keep them warm. But one dog breed has no hair at all. Do you know what it is? Dog with no hair is the Zolo, a breed that's perfect for people with allergies because they don't cause reactions. The Zolo is from Peru and was nearly extinct until breeders came to their rescue in the 1940s. The hairless Zolo obviously keeps cool by playing in the sprinkler, but keeps warm by having a higher body temperature. From a hairless dog, let's meet a breed that's the total opposite. It's all about the Bearded Collie. You may think that there are a lot of different kinds of collies. You'd be right, but the word collie doesn't refer to a specific breed. In Scottish, collie simply refers to any dog that herds. And that's exactly what the Bearded Collie is known for. As one of Britain's oldest breeds, the Bearded Collie was first used as a herding dog for Scottish shepherds. One of their playful characteristics is that they are known for jumping up and down, a trait called the beardy bounce. It looks like they're just happy to see you, but the bouncing is a trait that goes back to their herding days. In tall grass, they learned to jump up so they could see their prey. The Bearded Collie is considered an independent thinker and known as being a great socializer, both with people and with other dogs. They tend to be rambunctious and very energetic and require a good deal of exercise. They also need to be in social situations. If left alone for long periods of time, they can become destructive. But with good training and the proper environment, Bearded Collies are great family pets. They come in a variety of colors, mostly black, brown, and blue, and they come with or without white markings. Their hair is rather rough, but they have a soft undercoat, and yes, they do shed. Because of all that fur, their size is deceiving. They may look big, but adults usually weigh only between 40 and 60 pounds. The average lifespan is about 12 years. If you're looking for a very happy, bouncy dog, look no further than this. And now you know all about the Bearded Collie. There are several breeds of dogs that have long hair that covers their eyes. Is it true that they can see right through it? The answer is kind of. The long hair acts like a pair of sunglasses, allowing the dog to see a little but keeping out strong light. Some dogs' hair, however, gets so thick that they can't see out at all, and they compensate by using their acute sense of hearing and smell. In that case, their hair should be thin. Completely removing the hair from over its eyes, though, can be harmful because the dog's eyes are not used to such bright light. It's always best to check with a vet. When your furry family member gets sick, the vet is there to help. But what can you do when your vet is closed? Feather and Fur Animal Hospital in Kailua is open for any pet emergency 24 hours a day, 365 days a year.
I'm Katie Hancock. I'm a veterinarian here at the Feather and Fur Animal Hospital. My position is the general practice doctor during the day, and then I work the later night shifts and overnights for any emergencies that we may see.
So working here overnight is quite a range. Some evenings it'll be pretty slow. Most evenings we have emergencies. In a very extreme case, we have emergencies waiting at the door, emergency C-sections, or large dogs have their stomach twist, need emergency surgery to untwist it. Other times it's a little calmer.
This is Paya. It's a small 6-week-old Labrador puppy that came in for vomiting and also had a little bit of diarrhea while we were in the exam room. As you can see, Paya is a little depressed, a little quiet for a puppy. He's really dehydrated right now, so what we're gonna do is put an IV catheter in, keep him in the hospital overnight, and get him on some IV fluids and antibiotics. And for Paya, it's possible that she may have parvovirus, but we suspect probably another type of intestinal virus or bacteria. So we're gonna cover for all those things with the antibiotics and the fluids that she'll be on.
Despite the yelp, Paya is tougher than she looks. She's a survivor. She's one of only 4 puppies to survive out of a litter of 14.
So we're testing the little puppy's blood on the machine for total counts, and then we've made our blood smear as well, hopefully to give us some insight into what kind of infection and how bad this little puppy has.
Shh, relax. Yeah, you're fine.
Paya will probably be in the hospital at least 24 hours, if not 48, until we can get her eating and drinking well on her own.
While doctors wait for Paya's test results, the action continues in this all-hours animal ER as another tiny patient needs help.
It started last night.
and she saw it coming out. It laid down, moved, and that's how she saw the blood, and she kind of looked.
So we just got a call about another emergency coming in. There's a rabbit that has some bloody discharge from around the anus. The owner's going to be bringing that down shortly. So this is Honey Girl. We don't know how old she is that right?
We got her in December. She was...
Right now we're just doing a general physical exam, feeling her abdomen to make sure she doesn't have any signs that her intestines are dilated or have any impaction, which can be pretty common for rabbits. I'm feeling a very small area that might have a little bit of ingesta, feels a little bit more firm. Maybe kind of part of the problem, but a lot of times if that's the cause, they'll be filled throughout. So I have to put a little alcohol on there just so we get a better image. I know it's cold, hold on.
Doctors use tools similar to those used on humans. In this case, an ultrasound is used on Honey Girl to get samples to help figure out what's wrong.
So this looks a little cloudy, but not really the degree of blood that we had on the backside. We'll just check it anyway, make sure there's no signs of infection there.
Honey Girl. Oh, Honey Girl. We're gonna give Honey Girl some fluids to hydrate her. We're just gonna do it subcutaneously under her skin. Bunnies have really thin skin, so we're gonna use a butterfly catheter to prevent from tearing their skin. So my original intention for working here was to offset the financial woes of being a pet owner. But since I've been here, I find that I may commit to going to vet school. The problem being there's no vet schools on island, so I have to move. But I love feather and fur, so I'm staying at this moment. This is a pretty bunny. Oh, he's got like the quintessential fluffy tail.
So we got the results of the urine on the bunny. It doesn't look like there's a urinary tract infection. So right now we're gonna try some antibiotics to target the intestinal tract since the rabbit's still eating and drinking well at home, and see if that helps us improve. Certainly if any of the other parameters change or the owner notices a change in clinical signs at home, we'll have them come back and just kind of assess the bunny again and see if there's any other changes.
The overnight drama continues at Feather and Fur's emergency room. Soon we'll find out about Paya and what his prognosis is. But first, Dr. Hancock has to give her attention to a patient with possible kidney failure.
So Kaleo's a 8-year-old intact male. They found out today that his prostate's really big, so that's obstructing his normal outflow of urine. And we're gonna be putting a urinary catheter in to help diurese his kidneys out. The main differentials for him is just a benign enlargement of the prostate, which we can fix with neutering. The prostate will return to a normal size. One of the first causes we think about in an older dog is just kidney failure, which will usually start to get better once you put them on IV fluids and try to flush out the kidneys. In this dog, he was not getting better with that therapy. And when we did an ultrasound, we were able to find that his prostate was very enlarged. The worst case scenario for Kaleo would be if his kidney values don't improve, and then we'll have to talk with the owners and make a decision whether there's anything more aggressive that we can pursue or if it would be time to consider putting Kaleo to sleep.
It's a tough choice for Kaleo's owners. Non-neutered dogs have a higher risk of prostate infections and other complications involving the prostate. It's something Dr. Hancock says dog owners should consider when deciding whether to neuter their dog. It's not always a disease or illness that has animals visiting Feather and Fur in the middle of the night. Sometimes animals are hurt and are in need of immediate help.
So our next appointment is for a middle-aged dog that got into a dog fight earlier today. Has a pretty open wound, so we're going to check that out and see if it just needs some antibiotics and time to heal or if we need to do a closure on the wound. It looks like for now we're pretty lucky. There's a lot of vital structures in this area, a lot of blood vessels and obviously the trachea as well. But it looks like it's just below the skin there. I think we got lucky. So, but I'll be able to tell more once we're doing the procedure because I'll be able to poke around in there a lot more and make sure. With dog bite wounds, they have curved teeth and they basically will try to grab and shake. They cause a lot of shearing that's underneath the skin. So even though we have 2 wounds right here, we can see that as far as my hemostats go in, the wound extends pretty far up on both sides. We get a lot of what we call pocketing underneath the superficial wounds.
When it comes to dog bites, doctors must treat what they can see and what they can't see, like infections. Even if a bite doesn't look infected, doctors take every precaution to clean the wound and prescribe antibiotics to keep any infection from happening.
So Maka did really well with anesthesia, and we were able to close up the bite wounds. I did have to place a drain here that's going to help close all that dead space, help drain out any residual infection, and help the wound basically to heal down normally.
Less than an hour after the operation started, Maka is back up and alert. A drain has been placed in her wound to help it clear of any infection. If all goes well, Maka should be as good as new in about a week.
It should heal just fine. Well, it's about 1 a.m. Looks like we're finishing up for the night. Everything went overall pretty smoothly, but we'll see what tomorrow has to offer.
But before we go, let's check back in with Paya. The test results are in, and good news, she does not have parvo, which can be deadly, especially to young pups like her. It's just a simple stomach virus, and looking at the wagging of her tail, she's already starting to feel better. Hawaii has a rich history when it comes to horsemanship. Starting with the Paneolas of the 1800s, horsemanship has grown and evolved. And even if it's a centuries-old trade, there are still techniques to be learned.
So today I'm over here at the Hawaii Colt Starting Challenge, and this is natural horsemanship training.
Natural horsemanship is also called horse whispering. Trainers using this technique don't use physical force to break an untrained horse. Instead, they try to be as gentle as possible, using the horse's natural instincts to help in the training. And in some cases, the horses are raised to mimic life in the wild.
So what the horsemen do is get the horse to understand that the horseman is the leader.
So the two horses today that these trainers are using have never been saddled, bridled, or had a blanket on their back.
Other methods of training can be tough on a horse, tying its legs, blindfolding it to get control. Natural horsemanship is the complete opposite, but it reaches the same goal. Now, let's see how it's done by two trainers in a challenge.
So these two trainers, Dan Olson and Russell Beatty, are up against a big challenge because normally you train a horse, it takes at least 2 weeks to about a month, and these guys are out here doing it in a little less than 2 days with only 2 hours each day.
People, they don't get respect out of their horses, and the horses just push on them. So I always want them to stay back off me.
Russell is a pro when it comes to training horses. A Maui resident, he's been training since he was 10 and has taken part in more than 100 Colt Challenge events.
So at the end of today, what we're supposed to be able to do is to take our horses, ride them. We're going to be able to walk, trot, and run.
Daniel is also an old pro. He grew up on a cattle ranch in Wyoming and now works as a farrier, someone who specializes in caring for horses' hooves. He also trains horses that are difficult to work with.
They're actually training these horses in less than a couple of days. These horses here have less than 3 hours of ride time, and they're already on their back today. This is day 2 of the competition.
We're about 2 hours in on this event, and we're breaking everything down. We're setting up the obstacle course. So far, it seems that Russell has been able to get quite a bit more forward movement out of his horse. He's been able to walk, trot, and canter pretty fine. Dan's groundwork has been excellent. He's done a great job. I am a little concerned because he hasn't quite yet gotten his horse to canter. So we'll go ahead and see how he does during the obstacle course.
The real challenge outside of this round pen is when these two trainers actually will ride these two horses in an obstacle course away outside of the round pen, no walls, no structures or obstacles.
So at this part of the competition is where it kind of gets to the nitty-gritty, and I feel like I'm pretty well ready to do it.
Now the competition starts. Dan is first. The competition consists of a series of exercises designed to challenge the horses. Horses scare easily, so if the horse doesn't trust the rider, doing the obstacles will be difficult. But Dan is doing a good job. Russell's up, but it's a bumpy start. He has some trouble getting up on his horse as the horse takes a nip at him. But after some gentle prodding, Russell gains some ground and is able to take to the course. Now for the winner.
So the winner of the Hawaiian Colt Starting Challenge on Oahu is Daniel Olson. So Daniel, what'd you think?
Oh, it was fun. I really enjoyed it.
Both men proved that even with so little time, natural horsemanship works. There's an old saying we've all heard, sweating like a pig. But some people say that pigs don't sweat at all. So why that saying? Well, they do sweat a little, but not nearly enough to cool off those large bodies. That's why they love to wallow in the mud. It cools them off like sweat would if they had enough. So where does the saying come in, sweat like a pig? Well, it's not about pigs at all. The saying originated with the manufacture of pig iron, which is a form of iron made when the ore is melted at extremely high temperatures. As it cools, the air around it reaches the dew point, forming droplets on the metal that look like sweat. So next time you're hot and the perspiration is plentiful, just say you're sweating like pig iron. Welcome back to Pets in Paradise TV. There are more than 500 dog breeds, ranging from the world's smallest, the Chihuahua, to the mighty Great Dane. Our goal is to pick one and learn all about it in It's All About the Breed. Today, it's all about the Welsh Corgi. Originally from Wales, there are actually two dogs that go by the name Corgi, the Pembroke Welsh Corgi and the Cardigan Corgi. Both are separate and distinct breeds. Of the two, the most popular is the Pembroke Welsh Corgi. Considered the 11th most intelligent dog, the Welsh Corgi is an ancient breed, dating back as far as the 10th century when records indicate that they were used to herd sheep, geese, ducks, horses, and cattle. So obviously they're one of the oldest of the herding breeds. There's also a popular folk legend that says corgis were a gift from woodland fairies, and that the markings on their back were the result of the tiny saddles used by the fairies to ride them. As old as the breed is, their ability as herders has carried through the years, and even today they are considered one of the best herders. They excel as heelers, which means that they nip at the heels of cattle to keep them moving. They're very agile dogs. You can see that when they're herding, but that trait also makes them excel in competition, in obedience, showmanship, flyball, tracking, and herding events. Corgis were even used at one time to guard children, but it isn't clear if they actually herded them. As for popularity, Corgis are well known to hobnob with royalty. Queen Elizabeth has owned more than 30, either Pembroke Welsh Corgis or a Corgi-Dachshund mix. She was given her first Corgi by her father when she was 7. Its name was Dookie. Young Elizabeth chose Dookie out of the litter because he had a longer tail. She said that having a long tail would make it easier for her to know if he was pleased or not. Welsh Corgis were first brought to the U.S. in 1933 by a breeder in Massachusetts. They were recognized by the AKC the following year. As for size, male Corgis weigh an average of 30 pounds, females about 25. They come in red, sable, tan, fawn, and black, and may or may not have the white markings. As for health issues, they are generally a healthy breed and have an average lifespan of just over 12 years. They are prone to some cancer and kidney problems, as well as some types of eye conditions, including progressive retinal atrophy. Hip dysplasia among Corgis is rare. Corgis love physical activity and need regular exercise. They're strong and athletic and are happiest when they've got a job to do. Some Corgis are barkers. They're best suited to temperate climates if they're going to be outdoors, but they make great indoor pets. They need brushing only once a week or so. They make great companions. Just ask the Queen. And now you know all about the Corgi. There's a really spooky thing that cats do in the dark that you've probably seen. Their eyes appear to glow. It always looks like Halloween when they appear that way, but are their eyes really glowing? What makes their eyes look like that? The reason that they look like that is a special reflective layer in their eyes called the tapetum lucidum. This special layer permits their eyes to see better in low light situations because it sends more light to the retina. Because it's dark and because cats have proportionally larger eyes than we do, the glowing effect, which scientists call eye shine, is much more pronounced. And if you're wondering, yes, dogs and some other animals have the same reflective layer, and their eyes appear to glow in the dark as well. There's nothing as special and rewarding as the love of a good dog. For centuries, they've provided people with affection and companionship. On occasion, however, man's best friend can sometimes become his greatest enemy. This story is about Max, a good-hearted Rottweiler who made a bad choice, and now his life depends on learning right from wrong.
So Max's mom and dad reached out to me because Max got himself into a lot of trouble. And we're gonna start his initial training this morning. We're gonna do a little bit of evaluations with him and see exactly where he stands, what his naughty behaviors are, and what he needs the most help with so that we can focus his training towards those versus spending time on things we don't really need to focus on.
Rottweilers are inclined toward dominance and will test for position in the family pecking order. Without ongoing socialization and obedience training, they can prove to be too much dog for many households. Clearly, this is the case for Max's family, which is why his training will either make or break his future.
All right, so we're gonna walk up to some of our trainers over here just hanging out, show that Max can actually go around a group of people. He's not gonna be bothered by it. Let's see, does he even care at all? You wanna say hi, bud? Good job, good job. All right, go ahead and stand up. All right, so now they went from a less threatening position to a more threatening position by standing up and being taller and bigger than him. He still doesn't really seem to care. He's just kind of hanging out. So, all right, guys, you guys want to like space out and we'll go through the rest of this?
So far, Max has shown no hostility in this training session, but his previous actions have come with some heartache. He has recently shown signs of increased agitation and aggression.
The day that Max got in trouble, they were all outside and the gate didn't quite shut well, and Max came out of the yard.
Here, Max.
And Dad and Grandpa and son were all running around trying to catch him. In the meantime, the neighbor came out and was upset because he is a Rottweiler and they tend to be a scary dog because of their reputation. The neighbor came out and started yelling. Max turned around and ran and bit the neighbor. Whenever they went to court, they were given options: pay the fine and put the dog down, pay the fine and find the dog a new home, or they could pay the fine and they requested training, and the court system actually agreed to allow them to come in training.
Max needs to comply with the terms set by the court and complete training. He needs to show he has worked through his aggression. But in order to do so, Erica needs to find Max's trigger and just what makes him bite.
All right, so I'm gonna walk Max over by one of our first people and throw in one of the scenarios where we're gonna see how he responds to it. Go ahead, he's right by you.
Get away from me, get your dog away from me.
So she's acting a little bit more fearful, trying to get away from him, giving some loud voices and throwing her hands up. He doesn't really seem to care. Brian's gonna be a little bit more threatening to see if Max is gonna show any of those aggressive signs. Max. All right, so basically All right, so what happened right there is whenever Brian put his hand down on Max's face around his mouth, he didn't really like that, and he turned around and he tagged Brian in the hand to let him know, hey buddy, I don't really like that. So this is one of those aggressive behaviors that Max has that we want to be able to work out of him throughout his 2 weeks of training.
I did something he didn't like and received a notification of that via Max here. So there's different levels of aggression with dogs and whatnot, and that's something he didn't enjoy. I just kind of pushed his face. He let me do it twice with just a warning. I came back for one more and he let me know that it was game time, so.
Well, we just finished the evaluation and I definitely can tell I've got my work cut out with him.
Max clearly has some aggression issues, but hopefully now that Erica has an idea of what his triggers are, she might have a chance to save his life. When we return, we'll find out if an old dog can learn new tricks or if it's the end of the road for Mad Max. You've You've probably heard that dogs can't see in color, that they see everything in black and white. But is that really true? The answer is a qualified no. It turns out that dogs can see some color. Human eyes contain 3 different kinds of cones, those receptors that distinguish color. Dogs have only 2 of these cones, and scientists at the University of Washington discovered that they can't detect shades of red or green, but they can see shades of blue and yellow. Dogs use the variations in shades and brightness of blue and yellow to distinguish between items. So they may see the world differently than we do, but at least it's not all black and white. For the last week, Erica has been working hard with Max to identify what makes Max so mad. She needs to help him work through his aggression so he can continue living his life back home.
So Max is a nervous dog. So anytime something changes in his environment or he gets nervous, he's instinctually going to jump into fight or flight. Off. Sit. So whenever his nerves pick up, he just wants to go and either defend himself or run away from it. In the event that he can't run away from it, he's going to attack it. Sit.
One of the best kept secrets in dog training is the use of elevated areas. This helps to define space, keeping the dog in one place and making it easier to focus on their trainer. Erica goes through a series of exercises in hopes to desensitize Max to the things that set him off. She hones in on his facial area because that was the place the trainer touched earlier and then got bit.
In the event that he does have a negative behavior, he does something naughty like jumps or gets out of his position or barks or growls, then we use the e-collar. It's a muscle stimulation tool that lets me communicate with him to let him know that, hey, that's unacceptable, that's not right, fix this problem. And then we go right back into having him hold his position, and then he gets praised at the end of it because that was very hard for him.
The e-collar is widely used by trainers, especially with dogs like Max with a history of aggression. Some critics argue that e-collars should not be used because they inflict some degree of pain. While this debate continues, it's important to remember that the electric stimulus is actually very mild, and in many instances, it can be the difference between failure and saving a dog's life.
Okay, so I'll show you an example on how it works. Max, down. One push of the button and it sends a low-level stimulation to his neck where the collar is secured, letting him know that, hey, we need to pay attention, you need to do what you need to do. And it's just a matter of communicating with him in another means that's been super awesome and beneficial for Max.
Erica is bringing Max into new environments and situations to take him out of his comfort zone and to continue desensitizing him. But the most important test is about to come. We know Max doesn't like his face being touched, but the only way to see if Max has made real progress is to reenact the scenario. But is he ready? Mission accomplished. It seems Mad Max does have a soft side after all. While the techniques and training Max has received are leading to better outcomes, it remains to be seen if he will continue to do the same for his owners.
So today's a really big day for Max. He's going to go home for his first time after his 14-day training program with us. He did come for our board and train. He did the special on-leash version specifically catered to Max. We're headed out to Capulani Park right now to do a little bit of practice and meet up with his family and go over everything we're going to need to go over so that they can continue to practice with him over the next week and a half. And then we're going to get Max back for a little bit longer and do some more socialization training, and his training is just going to continue to be an ongoing process to get him on the right path. Go say hi to your mom. His mom's here now and he's going to get ready to go home. First portion of our training is to train Mom how to use the remote in the collar system. This is the collar, the remote system. Comes in the box, so you get to keep the box. Don't worry
After
about
going over the tools and training Max has received, his owner expresses some hesitation about using the e-collar on him. Since it has proven to be a very effective tool for Max, Erica offers her a demonstration to help put her at ease.
And now you're going to tell me whenever you feel something. This will not hurt, okay?
I feel a little, yeah.
The little tingles?
A little tingle.
Max's owner realizes it's a small amount of discomfort for a big reward in making Max a law-abiding citizen.
So Max's mom is going to have Max back home for about 2 weeks. She's now got the tools to continue training and practicing with him to get him continue on the right path. Max has the tools and the foundation established to be successful. So at this point, it's going to be up to Max's mom and the time and dedication and how much practice her and Max get in over this next 2 weeks to see where he's at.
Carting is a competitive sport where a dog pulls a cart full of supplies, such as firewood or farming equipment, and sometimes even people. It's practiced around the world, often to keep winter sled dogs in top shape during the off-season.
The Rottweiler was originally bred to take things to market. So the butcher would sit on the cart, take the dog and all his meat or his milk and whatever he was doing down to the market, and then he would sell it there and come home. And the great thing about the Rottweiler is he could put his change purse around his neck and it was safe to go. So they are inherently a carting dog. It is what they were, one of their purposes they were bred for.
I'm gonna get Lana out of her crate. Okay, I'm getting ready to start with my dog now, my younger dog that has no carting experience and is very fearful of things behind her. I haven't been able to do it on my own. I don't have enough help. Now I have knowledgeable people to help me.
The skilled trainers are helping Lana get used to the cart behind her without having to actually pull it.
Yes, that's my good girl. They're gonna touch it. Yep, good girl. You got the other leash to put on her?
Now that Lana is more comfortable with the cart, the trainers are attaching it to her for the next phase. It can be uncomfortable at first, but they're supporting the cart to make it lighter and easier for Lana to turn.
Bring it around so the shafts are straight behind her. Oh, God, don't break your leg. Sit. Lana, sit.
Good girl. Okay, so now what we've done is we've created a safe spot for her.
They reward her with praises and treats, which goes a long way.
Good girl, good girl. That's a good job. She is doing better than I ever dreamed she'd be able to do because she is a very skittish dog about things behind her and things that suddenly touch her. So this is instincts are taking over and she's doing her job. Right turn.
Dogs instinctually like to pull things, which makes them perfect to help around the farm and to assist with transportation. But most dogs need to be trained, and the learning curve varies.
My dog Mina generally is a nervous type of dog. She doesn't like anything new. She doesn't like new experiences. She doesn't like noisy, any kind of noisy contraptions. So I thought it would be a great idea for her to come out and try carting. I walked with the cart right behind me next to her and she seemed okay. She didn't seem nervous.
But it didn't take long for things to turn south with this new experience. Stay tuned to see if Nina's carting instinct kicked in or if she's just had enough of this sport. Because of the Rottweiler's low center of gravity and strong legs, this breed has been helping humans pull heavy things for hundreds of years. But there's another breed with a similar body build that's growing in popularity in pulling competitions. The Pit Bull is one of the more popular dogs when it comes to weight pulling competition. They've been known to pull 10 to 20 times their own body weight, and some dog owners actually treat their dogs like athletes. They undergo special training and workouts to make sure there aren't any injuries. What makes these dogs want to pull such heavy weights? It's simply the love they have for their owners. Rottweilers were bred to be carting dogs. Dogs were used and are still used to help transport goods to the market, around the farm, or to pull sleds. While it's an enjoyable sport for most dogs, some would prefer running free. Let's see how Nina is doing after her first day at carting.
So we tried to correct her obedience to make her to stay.
Taking it one step at a time, Nina managed to overcome her fear. The food definitely helped serve as a motivation, and the patience paid off for all these trainers.
We were able to just slowly, one step at a time, get her to walk with the cart. attached to her. So she was still nervous, but she was able to walk with it.
Although Nina needs more practice, she's completed the hardest hurdle, and it will likely be smoother from here. The next Rottweiler we're going to see is an experienced service dog. Let's put his carting skills to the test.
Oh, he's going to help me with balance and mobility as a service dog.
Hazmat is going to learn carting for some real-world experience in the workplace.
And I thought that I could put the material or equipment that I have in the carts, and then he can help me transport it to the classrooms. And of course, bring a smile to the children's face at school. Teresa, the trainer, got Hazmat and I comfortable enough. I was able to sit down in the cart, and he was able to pull me in the cart, and that was, in a way, it was a little scary because I wasn't sure how he was going to be, if he was going to get a little skittish, but he did so well, and it was actually fun to be pulled in a cart, not by a horse, but my own dog, so that was fun.
Carting can be for dogs of all breeds and sizes.
This is Boomer. He's a long-haired dachshund, 2.5 years old, male. He's a rescue dog. I've had him for about 1.5 years.
Boomer may be too small to pull a person, but as you can see, he has an enormous will and heart.
Today's our first time carting. We're trying to learn something new to give him something to do.
Whoops, we're going right out of the harness.
He's partially handicapped. He has hearing impairment. He's not completely deaf, but he has a certain hearing deficit.
Although some may see his hearing impairment as a disadvantage, it was likely an advantage to Boomer, who couldn't hear the cart rattling behind him. The noise of the cart can be startling to many dogs, but it didn't bother Boomer.
He was a little bit nervous at the beginning. This cart for his size dog is rather heavy. The ones that the big dogs are pulling by proportion to their body weight are rather light. The homemade cart that we're pulling is rather heavy for his body size. He's only 10 pounds. So I think that had an effect on what he was able to do out there. He's not used to pulling that weight.
Karting can be a great sport for dogs from all walks of life, not to mention a fun and helpful skill to have. Whether they do it competitively or just for fun, it's enjoyable for the whole family. If you're a cat owner, you probably have tried to teach your cat some tricks, but learning new skills varies from breed to breed. Do you know which cats are easiest to train? The top 5 breeds of cats that are easiest to train are the Abyssinian, the American or domestic Shorthair, the Bengal, the Savannah, and in 5th place, a breed we're going to find out more about in the next story, the Siamese. The Siamese cat originated in Thailand, which used to be Siam, and there are 2 versions. The original breed, which is known as a Thai cat, and the modern Siamese cat, which was bred from the Thai cat. They're sometimes called Neezers. The Thai cat has features that are considered old style, with a more rounded head and body than the modern Siamese, which has a triangular head shape, large ears, and an elongated muscular body and coloration at its points. The original Thai cat is a very old breed and is thought to have been around since the 14th century. It's been mentioned in literature throughout history, but became mainstream when it was introduced to England in the late 1800s. Breeding to establish desired characteristics resulted in the Siamese that we know today. But the International Cat Association and other cat organizations recognize both the Siamese and the Thai cat. The markings of the Siamese are quite interesting. The pointed pattern is caused by a mutated enzyme that is heat sensitive, which means that the parts of the cat's body that are cooler develop the darker coloration, like the ears and face. The distinctive coloration starts appearing several weeks after birth and gets darker as the cat ages. Siamese cats living in warm climates have lighter coats than those who live in cold climates. The colorations include seal point, blue point, chocolate point, and lilac point. All Siamese have blue eyes. Siamese cats are very intelligent and affectionate and are one of the few breeds that will fetch objects like dogs. They want to be near people or other cats and are known to fall into depression if left alone for long periods of time. Breeders like to sell them in pairs so they keep each other company. The lifespan of a Siamese, unfortunately, is shorter than other breeds. The median lifespan is between 10 and 12.5 years. As for health problems, many Siamese suffer from mammary tumors and urinary tract infections. Asthma and bronchial disease, as well as heart problems, are also common. They're also often cross-eyed, a condition related to the enzyme that causes their point coloration, but they focus just fine. Siamese are considered easy to groom. They shed less than other breeds. Their personality is distinctive in the cat world. Not only do they fetch, but they're also talkative and opinionated. They're socially demanding, and anyone considering a Siamese must be willing to spend more time with them than with other breeds. Siamese are best as house cats. If allowed to go outdoors, they're susceptible to diseases just like other cats. But Siamese can also be the victims of being stolen by people who want a beautiful cat without paying for it. If you're considering a Siamese, keep in mind the personality traits. They love to talk, they love to interact, and they love to be with you all the time. And consider getting a pair. They'll be much happier with someone to play with when you run out of steam. And now you know all about the Siamese cat. There are some odd laws regarding animals and pets around the world. Which country do you think has the strangest laws? The strangest pet laws in the world have to be the ones found in Switzerland. The Swiss Animal Rights Code specifies that for certain types of pets, including hamsters, guinea pigs, mice, and ferrets, each animal must have a companion of the same kind. But what if you have two and one dies? Ah, a solution! There are businesses where you can actually rent a guinea pig or other animal so you won't go afoul of the law. This is the story about a second chance and an unbreakable bond.
Dooji was a dog with no name, hurt, with a limp, hungry, thirsty, lost, abandoned. We just don't know, but now she's living a good life. We first got the call on the radio that there was a loose dog in the property. We thought it was a hunting dog. Came up the stairs and there she was lying over here. She was just timid, so what I did, just pet her, let her sniff my hand, and just basically introduce myself.
Well, Caesar was the first to pick up Dooji from the parking lot, and I think that's formed a bond between those two.
She just came up right to me, very friendly, jumped in my golf cart, and I called her over, and she jumped right on. I noticed she was limping, so I was concerned she was really hurt on that. Gave her some water to drink.
Caesar took her back to the shop and nursed her back to health, fed her, and gave her water. I think that formed a strong bond between the two.
And it was instant how they have a connection. Anywhere that you see Caesar within just a few yards, Dooji runs by. And anytime you see Dooji, you know Caesar's close by. It's really special. It's a fun event, and everybody actually looks forward to seeing the two of them run around the course together.
Okay, this is our golf course maintenance building here at Kola Golf Club. And this is where I brought the dog once we brought her down from the clubhouse, just so we weren't too sure how she was going to react to strangers and things like that. So we tied her up over here. And after a couple hours, noticed that she's very friendly to the crew, to our contractors coming in, any visitors. So we just let her loose, and ever since then, this is her home.
From limping to running miles a day, Dooji travels the golf course with Caesar and has become somewhat of a celebrity, attracting attention from everyone on the green. But she doesn't let it get to her head. She's a working dog at heart.
It's really up to her if she wants to ride the golf cart or not. But usually she chooses to run alongside or run behind and check out what's going on in the course today. So she definitely is in great shape now. She runs anywhere from 10 to 15, 16 miles a day. Our regular guests always ask her about her, how she's doing, where she's at, if she's not with me. And she's very helpful for the crew. She chases the mongoose off the course, the pigs off the course. When I'm driving and she's running, and she has some sense of where I'm going, she knows all the shortcuts. So instead of running an extra 1.5 miles, she'll take that shortcut. Like for instance here, she'll cut over on this side of the green where I have to drive all the way around, and she'll meet me on the other side.
Dooji didn't become a golf course celebrity canine overnight. It all started with a name.
When we found her, we called her the dog, and so I said, why don't we name her Dooji, which is D-O-G, Do, D-O, and G, so it came up with the name Dooji.
First, we were really concerned where she was going to go to the bathroom, but after a while, we realized that she's not only potty trained, but golf course trained.
She chases chickens around once in a while, but never seems to get one. But she's a good old dog.
Things are going great for Dooji since the chance meeting with Caesar that turned her life around, but they did have some hard times.
So about 3 days after we found her, she had a puppy. But sadly, the puppy was a stillborn, and we didn't even know she was pregnant. It was sad that the puppy didn't make it. We buried the puppy out in the mountains over here. But now she's living a good life. She's very happy, she's very content, she's a sweetheart of a dog, and I think she's very happy staying with us and living here at the golf course.
Hey, is it lunchtime? Yeah, it's lunchtime? Okay. Look at that. Leftover, the best spam was to be on the island.
Doogie has totally imprinted herself on Caesar. She will not do anything without his permission. She comes up here for lunch. If we're feeding her and he decides to drive off, then she's got to figure out how she's going to finish her food and run after him, or just leave the food and go.
Bond between her and Caesar is pretty strong. You know, you can be sitting here and feeding her like this, and once Caesar starts moving, she'll stop, she'll quit eating, and then she'll just follow Caesar to wherever he's going.
Everybody says, hey, your dog, how's your dog, and all that, but you know what, she adopted me. It's a quite interesting relationship that we're really bonded.
If we're ever looking for Caesar, we know where to find him. When we see Dooji around, we know Caesar is within 100 yards.
If I ever left Colau Golf Club, of course she'd come with me wherever I went.
For the folks at Ko'olau Golf Course, Dooji is more than just a pet or a mascot. She's family. She even has an official ID of sorts on her collar.
So at the end of the day, I close up the building, lock her up, put the alarms on, and close the gate. She's still able to get free roam of the golf course and her surroundings. So at night, this is where she spends her night, and she spends it sleeping here on my cot, and in the morning she greets me when I come back to work. We always wondered about her previous life, how she was raised, how she was trained, if she was around kids, what her owner was like. It would be great to find out how she lived before, because she's very much a great dog, a great companion, one of those dog stories that at the end always jerks at your heart and puts a tear in your eye. Good night, Dooji. Be a good girl. See you tomorrow morning.
Pets give us so much unconditional love, but when they get hurt, the roles become reversed. When DJ was injured, it wasn't clear if anyone would be there for him.
2 years ago, he fell off the owner's couch and managed to twist his back. His rear end was paralyzed for more than a year. That meant he couldn't walk, he had to drag himself around. He couldn't control his pee or his poop, and as a result, he got some kind of nasty infections.
Having a disabled pet may seem like a challenge, but all they really need is a little extra love for a second chance at life.
You ready to go? Let's go. A lot of people would given up on him, but we got him some medical attention, and he was able to walk after that first chiropractic treatment. So I guess the lesson here is we don't give up on our dogs. We keep looking for help because dogs are not disposable.
Injured animals still have a lot to offer us. All they really need is a hero.
This is Hero. Yeah, he came from Taiwan. He was a street dog. He was unfortunately hit by a car, and he was paralyzed in the back end, so they amputated his 2 back legs, and he was up and walking the next day.
Against all odds, Hero survived and was even gifted a wheelchair to help him get around.
So I just lift him in, clip it in the front, and he's good to go.
With a little luck and a lot of love, Hero is proving his worth and why every pet deserves a second chance.
Hero has an awesome personality. He's a watchdog at the ranch, walks around on his 2 legs, and he would prefer to walk on his own, but he's 10 years old now, so he gets tired quicker. So for long distances, we use the cart.
Caring for a pet with disabilities is not an easy road, but the rewards are many and often unexpected.
I thought that it was going to be a real burden. You know, it's going to be hard, difficult. It wasn't difficult at all. She turned out to be such this cute little dog. She became somewhat of a celebrity. Look at the ball. I got her to be a therapy dog, teaching people how to overcome disabilities. And she enjoys doing what she does. I really do believe that.
Babe is a great example for us all, stealing hearts as she goes. But she's not only changing people's lives. Hope, born with a spinal condition, and Nevaeh, paralyzed by a car, were given no chance of survival. But they're shining examples of what is possible.
They predicted that she would have died within a couple weeks of when we found her, and she's outlived their predictions by a lot.
We can learn a lot about pets with disabilities. It's our chance to give them the unconditional love they've given us. And the life you save may just be your own.
Taking care of Nevaeh is a lot easier than we all thought it would be. We chose to give her a chance at life, and it paid off. If you have a disabled or injured animal, don't just put them to sleep, because the way we treat our pets is a reflection of the way we treat each other.
Ava and Craig are the best of friends and love spending time together, but Craig's love for the ocean isn't always shared by his faithful companion.
I love the water. Water for me is a form of therapy. I love being out on it, and I couldn't think of anything else better than to have my dog out there with me so we could both enjoy it.
Craig would love to share his passion for paddleboarding with Ava, but no matter what he does, they can't seem to make it happen.
I've tried to get Ava in the water about 15, 20 times. She sees the water, and next thing you know, she runs away. It just gets frustrating after a while because you're just like, why won't you play in the water? The water doesn't hurt, you know? There's been many beautiful days, but it hasn't worked out, and so, you know, we go home, we try it another day, we try hard, but we get the same result, you know? So we go home a little disappointed.
After years of failed attempts, Craig was ready to give up until a friend suggested he let Erica try and help Ava turn the corner.
I've been trying for 2 years, so I don't know, hopefully she can get this to work.
Like Craig, Erica also served in the military, and she has a lot of experience with German Shepherds. She knew right where to start with Ava's training.
I chose a beach that doesn't have a whole lot of waves. I just want to give an assessment on her and see how scared she really is. Sometimes they just don't want to get in it, and then they dive in and they have a lot of fun, versus it could be she's absolutely terrified and it is a huge fight and struggles.
It doesn't take long to realize that Ava definitely has issues with the ocean, but Erica is confident that she can turn her around.
Oh, she definitely has got some issues, so we got a lot of work to do, and we're gonna have a lot of fun fixing that problem real quick. Good girl, Ava. So by the end of it, what I want to be able to capture is a picture of Craig taking off on his paddleboard with Ava on the front of it, no issues. Good girl. All right, so first off, anytime you're gonna teach a dog something new, you wanna make sure that it's gonna be as easy for them and less stressful for them as possible. So I chose the canal here. I had her sit, I had her lay down, just get adjusted and accustomed to feeling the water in different parts of her body.
It's all about overcoming fears step by step. And the shallow water helps Ava to learn the ocean can be fun and not scary.
Okay, come on. I don't have to start from the bottom with her. She's already got her basic foundation. Come, sit, down, place. and she's very proficient with them.
It doesn't take Ava long to master the shallow water, and in no time at all, she's ready for her next challenge.
Well, my work is done here. So the next step is starting the approach to working with her with the smaller waves, getting into that deeper water. I think that once she gets past that wave break, she's gonna be just fine.
Erica first tries to work without a leash, but Ava still has reservations about the waves. So Erica puts the leash on and guides Ava through the waves.
Once we did a little bit of leash work and coaxed her in, being able to control her and held her close, she basically started to trust me and believe that I wasn't gonna let anything happen to her.
It's important to reassure Ava that nothing bad will happen, to build her confidence and trust.
And whenever she relaxes enough, then I'm gonna let her go, which is what she wants, and then she can free to swim around or she can go ahead and go back to the bank.
Ava turns out to be a natural, and before long she's ready to show off her new skills for Craig.
So Ava and I are here at the beach today. We're going to meet Erica. She says that she's got something to show me. I'm going to be surprised and very happy with it.
Despite his skepticism, Craig is blown away by how far Ava has come.
I was ecstatic when I saw Ava break over the waves and come out to Erica and I. I know Ava, and I know at that point in time when she had no more fear of those waves that it was going to be good. And we'll have a lot of good times from here on out. So we brought the paddleboard out, and I really didn't know what to expect, but Ava jumped right on, and I was like, okay, so we're gonna go for it. We hit one wave, and the board kind of tipped a little bit, but she just, she hunkered down, didn't decide to jump off, and so I knew at that point in time that we were good to go.
So another satisfied dog and owner.
I'm super excited because I know now that every weekend Ava and I will be on the paddleboard, we'll be out on the water, we'll have a good time, and we'll be able to bond a little bit more.
We're all aware that many dogs are great swimmers, including the Newfoundland, the Labrador, and the Portuguese water dog. But do you know which breeds are the worst swimmers? The top 5 breeds for worst swimmer are the Dachshund, the Corgi, the French Bulldog, the Pug, and in the #1 spot, the English Bulldog. With big, heavy bodies and short, stubby legs, these breeds are just not made for swimming. They're happier just playing on the beach. Attending a horse show feels like stepping into a whole new world, especially when you're in the middle of the Pacific. But Hawaii has a long history with horses, and at events like the Winter Hunter Derby, that passion is still on full display.
Number 26, Brooke Matson on Diamonds Are Forever.
We are trying to draw more of like the kids, trying to give the students that do lessons out here and own horses and live out on the North Shore an opportunity to show.
This is a training session for horses and riders so they can work on doing a schooling show. We actually haven't really had a hunter derby for years, so it's really good practice for the riders and the horses out here in beautiful, beautiful setting.
There are 3 types of shows: Hunter, Jumper, and Western. Hunter Derby courses are designed to reflect the actual hunt field, and riders are rewarded for choosing more difficult routes. They're judged on time, jumps completed, and overall form and flow.
The most important thing I think that I try to see in a horse is what his innate ability is. How well does the horse negotiate the fences? Jumping ability. Is he a good athlete? Does he pick up his legs properly, particularly in front?
It's the thrill of the harmony of the horse and the rider. It's the thrill of getting over a big jump. It's like dropping in on a wave, surfing.
And just like riding big waves, riding horses takes a lot of practice and patience because no two are exactly alike.
Not every horse has the same size stride. Therefore, they are going to think of the strategy how to get onto that course.
It was going really well, and then we left the ring and went out into the grass for those jumps, and he decided to stop in slow motion.
You have a horse who's got its own personality, its mind, its feelings, you know.
I went in and I really changed my mindset and really decided that I wasn't going to stop at any fences. I wasn't going to not go over them or fall off. And I think that that's what horseback riding really is about. It's really the mindset, how you present yourself to your horse.
To get to this level, it's tons of dedication. It's daily, it's doing lessons, having trainers riding your horses, and practicing just getting the horses as rideable as possible.
On About Time.
Becoming a show-level rider takes years of practice, but you don't have to own a horse to start on that journey.
If you don't own a horse, you can still learn to ride. A lot of trainers own lesson horses, or people who've been in the sport a long time will often share their horses. Start with a lesson, like one lesson a week, and commit to that in the beginning until you feel ready to, bite off a little more. And then you can kind of take the steps to horse ownership as you prepare yourself for what goes into it.
Share boards are a great way for riders and owners to connect. For a monthly fee, beginners gain access to horses, lessons, and the experience they need to become owners themselves one day.
I've been doing this for, I think, 5 years now, and I really like the bond that you form with your horse. I think that's pretty cool.
It's about 3 hours of work to about an hour of riding, but if you love it, then anything's worth it, for sure.
One of the biggest components of equestrian sports is jumping. As big as they are, horses have the remarkable ability to jump great distances, and some can jump at great heights. But how high exactly? It's common for a horse to jump over an obstacle its own height, but the record for the highest jump, according to the Guinness Book of World Records, was set by a horse named Huasco in 1949 in Chile. Huasco cleared a height of 8 feet 1 inch, and the record for the longest jump, that was set in 1975 by a horse named Something, who jumped an incredible 28 feet. While long associated as food, pigs have now found themselves as one of the trendiest pets around. Why not? They're cute, clean, and smarter than you may think. But before you bring one home, there are a few things you should know.
Hammy.
Meet Hamlet. He's a spoiled pot-bellied pig.
I wish you wouldn't go in the dirt. Sit. Unlike a dog, he doesn't make really that much noise. He doesn't bark. The only time he does make noise and talk, so to speak, when he's trying to get in the back of the kitchen door for his food. That's when he'll bang the door and going,
Pigs may not bark, but they do squeal, especially around dinner.
We named him Hamlet because I said it sounded like a pig's name.
While pigs have long been associated with eating slop, a constant diet of pig pellets is much better for them. Like dogs, they enjoy treats too. Cheerios, bite-sized shredded wheat, and plain popcorn, to name a few.
Isn't that a sight when he eats? A pig in Hawaii generally makes good food for the luau's.
Don't worry, Hamlet won't be the main course at the next luau. He's found his home here.
It's amazing. I've noticed no smell, unlike a dog. Dogs usually carry a smell, and they do have ticks or fleas.
Because of their bristly hair, pigs don't get fleas, but can get the occasional tick. Overall, pigs are one of the cleanest pets you can have, even if they're kept outdoors.
He goes around, he sniffs all over. Sometimes he goes into my office, he comes out, and then he usually flops right here in the front door. And he's never, ever dirtied the house.
Pigs can actually be house-trained and have been known to use a kitty litter box.
Belly rub. Ooh, good.
Pigs rarely need to be groomed, but they really enjoy it. But they do need their hooves and tusks trimmed by a vet.
I have a kennel, and he was raised from a little baby with a dog, so he actually thinks he is a dog, and the dogs accept him as one of them.
Wilbur's little identity crisis seems to be a positive thing. He's taking on the best traits of man's best friend.
He's really friendly. He gets along with the kids, anybody.
While Wilbur gets along with his canine pals, pigs should never be left alone with dogs. Dogs are predators, pigs are prey. It's just their nature. But don't tell that to Wilbur.
Yeah, sometimes I have to scold him because he tries to steal the dog's food, and he wants to eat. He'll eat all day.
A growing boy's got to eat, and Wilbur still has a lot of growing left.
So he's only about 4 months old right now. So he'll grow up to like 500, 800 pounds.
At that size, this runt of the canine litter will be the heavyweight among his adopted brothers.
Come on, James. Good girl.
Meet Jane, a Cinderella of sorts in the pig world.
Friendly? Yeah, pretty friendly.
This girl was born in the wild and left an orphan.
February of last year, we were hiking up on the North Shore and found her. She was probably only about 2 or 3 days old. She'd been kind of next to us all day by herself, so we knew something had happened to her mother. And yeah, I just felt terrible. And you know, pigs are not that great for the native forest, so I thought at least I'll get her out of the forest, you know, and then she won't die. Or if she does live, she won't be eating native plants. Took her home, and then ended up just keeping her.
You can see how much Jane has grown from when she was first found. All pigs start out small and grow big. From teacup to potbelly, there is no breed of pig that remains tiny forever. Some can grow up to be around 50 pounds, others 500 pounds. Their adult size is just one of the factors you need to be sure you're okay with if you want a pet pig.
Pigs aren't for everybody, I would say. They're about twice as much fun as having a dog in terms of personality and all the crazy stuff they do, but they're also about 3 times as much trouble. So if you're thinking you want a pig, maybe go talk to somebody that has one for sure. Maybe volunteer to keep it for a day, take it back to your house and see how it goes. The first month or so of potty training was a little rough, but pigs are pretty clean actually and don't like to go to the bathroom, you know, near where they're sleeping. So she's real good about going outside. Just like when you're walking a dog, it's a good idea to carry a bag, take care of business. With the pig, kind of the biggest issue, maybe more than anything, is the food. They're always hungry, but you've always got to watch out with your food. You can't set anything down. You've got to pig-proof your kitchen. Boy, if you make a mistake and set down your lunch when you're heading out the door, it's gone. Sometimes you got to watch your fingers. She's definitely very sensitive to scolding, just like a dog, you know. Most dogs always seem embarrassed or shamed when you have to yell at them.
So even though they're a lot of work, pigs still have a lot of love to give to you and your family.